Hello everyone and welcome to episode 11 of this video series I'm putting together to go through the text of a manuscript called the Kolbrin. So this video is part 2 of 3 about where we're going to go through the Gospels of Jesus in the Kolbrin. So in video 10, which was part 1, we went through a chapter in the Bryn book, which appears to be a short Gospel of Jesus according to Joseph of Arimathea. And then we started to read through the Gospel of the Kailedy, where we read through chapters 3 to 10. So in today's video, which again is part 2, we're going to read through chapters 11 to 19 of the Gospel of the Kailedy. And then in the next video, we're going to finish reading through the Kailedy by reading chapters 20 to 25. And it's in these latter chapters that it goes through it describes the events of what happened on the day of Jesus's crucifixion. So we'll end the video by kind of doing some additional discussion on, what exactly happened on that day and why it is that we today believe that he resurrected in body after death. And so sometimes at the start of the videos, I include a bit of a intro to what is the Kolbrin and what's the Gospel of the Kailedy. But since I went through that in part 1 video, we just won't go through that again here. But before we go through, start reading through the scriptures, for those of you who've been watching these videos, as you know, I like to start off these videos with kind of some music and some example passages for, you, the viewer, to read through. And part of it is, it's kind of like my version of maybe having some sort of like gospel music, before we read through the scriptures. But at the same time, I kind of like to pick songs that helps to, it goes with the passages, and I think it helps to set the tone for what it is we're going to be reading throughout the video. But, since I use music from other people, I just want to take a moment to highlight, the songs that were used and why I chose them. So the first song is called The Dragonborn Comes, from a fairly popular video game called The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Now the version of the song that I used, it's a cover by someone called Alina Gingertail, and I've used a few of her covers already for a few of the previous videos, and I just find her covers to be like really, really good. So, but yeah, the reason why I chose this song is, Jesus is the one who is foretold to bring the light of truth to the world, to slay the beasts. And in Skyrim, essentially what happens is, like, all of a sudden dragons appear, they're like the beasts. And all of a sudden the character that you play, it ends up, he's kind of like a prophesized person who is known as a dragonborn who's come to slay the beast. So I thought that was appropriate. And then for the second song, it's called Love is a Long Road, from Tom Petty, who's a fairly well-known artist, although he passed away back in 2017. Now, the version of the song is a cover by someone who goes by Cornelius Link. And yeah, I've used a few of his songs before too in previous videos. And part of the reason I like to use his covers is that, like, he does like bardcore covers of more modern songs. So I like that, because with the bardcore version, it makes it sound more ancient. So it's a little bit more, fitting, I guess, for the chapters that we're reading through here. And the reason I chose this song, which again is called Love is a Long Road, is because the passages in the Gospel of the Kailedy, and especially the ones that we're going to read today, it describes how Jesus embarked on a long road to teach those in his time. And he also worked hard for his message to be passed down to us in the future generations. So anyways, these are both amazing covers, and there's links provided in the description. Okay, so we're going to start here by reading through chapter 11 of the Kailedy. So this chapter begins with Jesus healing a distraught madman who was acting out of control. So the passages read, Jesus then went by boat, and where he landed, there was a man who lived in a deserted tomb, because he was tormented by an intrusion from the kingdom of dark spirits. Attempts had been made to confine him in fetters, but because of the strength unnaturally given, he easily escaped. Day and night he would shriek among the tombs and upon the hillside, terrifying people and often injuring himself by falling. Jesus knew the nature of the tormenting thing and called upon the power within him, so it entered the body of the possessed man, wrestling with the evil thing inside him. Then the man ran screaming among a herd of swine, and 2 fell into a ravine. But shortly the man became calm, for the evil intruder had departed from him. The swineherds ran away to carry the tale of these events to people round about who came to see for themselves what had happened. When they saw the madman was rational, they became afraid and asked Jesus to go away. When Jesus was preparing to depart, the man who had been cured begged to go along with him. But Jesus said, "No, you remain here and bear witness for me." The man spread the tale of what had been done for him through all the free cities, for he received much silver in the marketplaces. So these passages that we just read is what is known as Jesus restores a demon-possessed man from the Gospel of Mark. And this really helps to illustrate how important the fine details of these ancient texts are. So in the New Testament Gospel, it states that Jesus allowed the demonic impure spirits to leave the human and enter the pigs, which resulted in a herd of 2,000 pigs rushing down a steep bank into a lake where they drowned. However, as read just above here, in the Kailedy, it explains how only 2 pigs fell into a ravine. And it wasn't because the demonic spirits entered the pigs. It was due to these pigs being chased by the madman, right? So that's the thing. This is just one example, and we'll be going through quite a few in today's video where that's the thing. That's one of the things I really want to highlight as we go through here is that, again, and we talked about it in the previous video too, where, unfortunately in the New Testament Gospels, like in addition to talking about all these miracles, things like this where, there's these, in the New Testament where it talks about these demonic impure spirits being cast and going into these 2,000 pigs and they go and run off. Like what we just read here in the Kailedy is a lot more realistic, where there was a madman, he was tormented, Jesus went and had a good stern talk with him. And it just so happened that before he snapped out of it, he chased a few pigs. And as we know, yes, those pigs would have been scared and ran away. So that's the thing. Well, that's something to keep in mind as we keep reading through here in the Kailedy, is that it's just, the passages in the Kailedy, like we just read, it does still talk a little bit in a way in terms of, here, I'll just go in the previous slide here where, here it says, Jesus knew the nature of the tormenting thing and called upon the power within him. So it entered the body of the possessed man, wrestling with the evil thing inside him. I think that's in part just due to the state of humanity at the time and just the level of knowledge and understanding when it comes to things more scientific or medical, because ultimately I think that based off of the passages here in the Kailedy, essentially what it's describing is that this person was maybe crazy to some degree and probably suffering through some sort of mental health issue or something like that. But Jesus may have had a lengthy discussion with him and determined what tormented the man, and he gave him some sage advice. And after giving him that sage advice, he became rational again, right? So that's the thing. It's just something to keep in mind as we keep reading through the Kailedy here, is that it's similar to how we discussed in the previous video that in the New Testament, it talks about all these miracles that defy the laws of nature. But as we read through the Kailedy, there's a bit of a practical explanation to all of these events. Okay, so in the next set of passages, we read of how Jesus meets and recruits the apostle Matthew. And Jesus also teaches through parables that humanity cannot live in peace unless we all agree on what values and standards we should live by. Although Jesus also clarifies that there are 2 separate laws and that he seeks to help us understand God's law. So the passages read, "Coming close to another town on the seashore where a crowd was gathered to hear him, Jesus saw Matthew seated where dues were collected, and he said unto him, 'Are you ready to follow me?' For he had spoken with Matthew before. Matthew replied, 'I am ready, but first come and eat with me.' When Jesus arrived at Matthew's house, he found other tax gatherers and assembled there, with many others who did not observe the laws of Moses, which are in the holy books of the Jews. While eating, Jesus said, "No man of himself can know right from wrong, for what is right in one man's eyes may be wrong in another's. Therefore, strife arises among them. Only when men accept a single standard of judgment and abide by it can there be peace. When men live together without the light of the law, they are like a house built with unmortared bricks, or like men trying to tow a boat but all pulling in different directions. There are two laws, the law of men and the law of the Father who is in heaven. When I speak of the law, I do not mean the law of men. I am the light illuminating God's law, so men see it more clearly. And though I fulfill the law, I do not change it. Never say, this is right or that is wrong, but only, this is right or wrong according to the law and in the light of Jesus. I bring you oil for the lamp of the law, for that within it is now impure, and the light produces too much obscuring smoke. For I am the Son of Man, and bear the sufferings of men, coming to fulfill their hopes, even as it has been foretold. Is it not said among the Jesunneth that the Son of Man is the perfected man, who will set the standard for those who wish to be true sons of God? So these were passages that were included in the intro slides, and it's a fairly common theme as we keep reading, and I think we discussed it a little bit in video 10 as well, is that it's important to separate, the material and the spiritual. And so in a similar way, it's just when Jesus speaks of the law and how we should live, he's really clarifying, like, this is how we should live in terms of how God intends for us to live, living in accordance with our neighbors and things like that. And it's just, that's a very important distinction to keep in mind. And another thing to highlight about these sets of passages is, as it says at the top here, like, I bring you oil for the lamp of the law, for that within it is now impure, and the light produces too much obscuring smoke. Essentially what Jesus is saying here is that, like, as we read in the previous videos, like throughout history, like, prophets like Osiris had established the law for how people should live, and then Moses did the same thing. But as we'll keep reading through the Kailedy, unfortunately, people didn't quite understand the scriptures, and the message became distorted. So that's why Jesus is saying, like, the truth is the truth, and the law is always the same. However, as humanity progresses over the ages, like the way to apply that knowledge and wisdom and the law and how we should live, like it does change a little bit depending on our material circumstances and the state of humanity and things like that. But yeah, that's the thing. Essentially, like, there's a practical explanation for that. Like, Jesus inherited the ancient wisdom from the previous prophets, in the sacred writings. He became a true prophet, where he, like, no other human being before Jesus saw things as clearly as he did. So that's the thing. He understood the situation, and that's the thing. His intent is to clear up the smoke and make it so that we can see the law more clearly. So yeah, in the next set of passages, we'll see how Jesus then goes outside, where his encounters with people provide a lot of teachable moments. And we see how Jesus is also asked about John the Baptist's teachings. So it reads here, "Later, when Jesus went outside, he found some Perusium standing apart, as was their custom, and one put the question to Jesus, 'How can you claim to be a teacher interpreting the laws of God when you associate with tax gatherers and lawbreakers?' And Jesus replied, 'It is not the healthy who need the attentions of a physician, but those who are ill. It is the tree growing out of the sand which requires watering, not the one growing by the river. I come to minister to the spiritually sick, not to the righteous who have their consolation.' So then a man in the crowd said, 'This is a day of fasting, kept by all who are truly religious. Yet here are you and your disciples eating and drinking." So then Jesus said, "Is it usual for attendants at the bridal bower to deprive themselves of pleasure while the bridegroom is with them? Soon he will depart, and that is the time for hearts to be heavy. A heart weighed down without cause is an unnecessary burden, adding neither joy nor benefit to the lives of men. Fasting is good, but when it becomes a routine religious rite, it is no more than a purposeless vexation." So there's actually quite a few passages in the Kailedy where Jesus criticizes the people who are fasting as part of a religious routine. So maybe that's something we'll discuss later. So the passages continue here. "A soldier in the crowd asked Jesus, 'Do you uphold the teachings of John of the wilderness? For there was a man I could understand.' And then Jesus replied, 'John sent men to me inquiring whether I was the promised one or should they look for another. I said, go back and inform John of all the things you have heard and seen here, and how the poor are learning about the coming of the rule of God, and the disinherited told when justice will reign.' People went out into the wilderness expecting to find a great man, but what had they in mind? A man speaking like the prophets of old, or a nobleman clad in garments of fine linen? John dressed in a manner fit for the place and purpose, and he spoke in accordance with the message he had to convey. He was the man of whom the holy books speak, a voice of one crying in the wilderness, preparing the path for one who follows. I tell you with all sincerity, no mother ever gave birth to a better man than John. Yet, when the rule of God comes, everyone living will have to exceed him. Ever since John declared these things, he was harried with violence, even though all the prophets before him foretold present events. He spoke with the voice of Elijah, and if any of you have the understanding, you will know what I mean. Concerning this generation, which is wrapped up within itself and blind to all going on about it, there is little to say. It is like children at play calling out to one another. We play the pipes, but you refuse to dance. We raise a lament, but you will not mourn. Like all good men, John was misunderstood, for few knew the measure of greatness. He lived simply, neither eating nor drinking to excess. All because of his way of life, men called him crazy." So there's a little bit in these passages here, but like overall, as we see, like, Jesus is really praising John, where he's saying, like, I tell you with all sincerity, no mother ever gave birth to a better man than John. But like I underlined here, it says, yet when the rule of God comes, everyone living will have to exceed him. So, I think that's more of a discussion for the later videos, especially after we go through the videos 15 and 16, where we'll go through the personal books written by Jesus. But that's the thing, like, as we'll see, especially when we read through those, like, that's saying there's a lot to go through when discussing Jesus. So I'm not going to go too much into it now. But overall, that's saying, like, Jesus was, given a very important task, like here we are almost 2,000 years later. And as we'll see when we read his personal books, like, he knew that there would be a later time where his message would be better understood by humanity as humanity grows in intelligence. And so that's the thing. It's not like an insult where he says, yet when the rule of God comes, everyone living will have to exceed him. It's just, like I said, we'll talk more about that, I guess, in later videos once we've gone through all the chapters that talk about Jesus. But it's just, we're headed to a very special moment where I think that with the level of intelligence that humanity has grown to today, I think it's a real opportunity for people to truly understand Jesus's message. And by doing so, the idea is that we're all, like, Jesus is setting a pretty high bar for us, where everyone living will have to exceed him. So we'll talk more about that in later videos. So yeah, the set of passages ends with the what's on top here, where it says, "The servant of man comes along and goes among the people, eating and drinking with them, and he is accused of gluttony, loose living, and drunkenness. What must a man do to prove himself in the eyes of the people? Whatever he does is wrong." This is the part where Jesus is responding to the man who was accusing Jesus of, like, why are you eating on this day of fasting and things like that. It's like, it just seems like no matter what, these prophets always get criticized. So the next set of passages is the situation which may have led to the story of Jesus turning water into wine. So it reads here, "One of the Perushim who was nearby said to Jesus, 'We understand your meaning, but where do you stand in relation to the law? Have you come to take it away or declare it obsolete?' And Jesus replied, 'No one patches an old cloak with new fabric, for this shows up its age without strengthening it. Likewise, no sensible person puts new wine into old wineskins, for this causes them to split, the wine pouring out, so neither the wine nor the wineskins have any value. Is it not much wiser to put new wine into new wineskins? I have come to place something beside that which is already there, to hold a mirror to the law and to man, so both may be seen with greater clarity." So this is similar to passages we read just a little bit before, where Jesus says he brings new oil for the lamp of the law, for that within it is now creates, like, smoke and obscurity and things like that. So in the same way here, because the Prushim are asking, like, where do you stand in relation to the law? Have you come to take it away or declare it obsolete? And that's the thing. Overall, like I discussed before, like the wisdom's always the same, but it does have to be interpreted a little bit differently as, time goes on and the state of humanity changes. So, but in terms of this here, where it's like, turning water into wine, like the last sentence here, where it says, "I have come to place something beside that which is already there, to hold a mirror to the law and to man, so both may be seen with greater clarity." So, in terms of beside that which is already there. So that's like, I think where it came, like turning water into wine, it's like, it just, the wisdom's there, it's just being misunderstood, and Jesus is here to help. And I mean, that's part of the design of this whole material creation, right? Like the truth of our spiritual nature is meant to be obscured. Like that's part of life. It's an intended part. We'll talk more about that when we go through the videos that talk about, like, the God, heaven, our souls, the meaning of life and all that. But anyways, in terms of the whole miracle of turning water into wine, that's the thing. Jesus is here. We're using his words and his wisdom. He's trying to teach us to kind of set the law of how we should live. And part of the problem is that, because people, and I'm a little bit worried about that today as well, is that it's not that, like, religions have to completely abandon their old ways and things like that. I'll talk more about that in later videos, but it's very important that we don't, in terms of like the metaphor with the wine skins, you don't want to take Jesus's knowledge that we now have, that's available to us, and put it under the old religion's wineskins. Because if you take Jesus's knowledge but try to interpret it based off of, like, by putting it into what we have as our older religions and things like that, it's going to prevent us from seeing the unobscured light more clearly, in terms of, like, the law, in terms of how we should live if we want to be, walking with God and preparing our souls for life after death. But it's also just, Jesus here to hold a mirror to the law and to man, so both may be seen with greater clarity, like to see the law more clearly, but just also the nature of who we are and what the meaning of life is, and things like that. Okay, and the passages continue here, where it says, "A poor man standing nearby said, 'What use is the wisdom of the holy books? Will it provide our bread?' And then Jesus replied, 'What use is a lamp at night? Will its light appease hunger? Is it worthless because it cannot do so? Each thing has its appointed use. The foot should not be called upon to do the work of the arm, nor the ear the work of the eyes. A carpenter does not do the work of a potter, nor does a weaver make plows. A pupil may not be a good teacher, nor a servant a good master. Each must seek only to excel in the position he has, and not to be better than others at their own task. Whoever supports me, that person will I support, and I will strive with those who are against me. I have not come to bring peace, but to put a sword into the hands of men, setting sons against their fathers and daughters against their mothers. For nothing is worthy if a man will not fight for it. Anyone following me will find enemies among his own kindred, and though he love his parents above all else, I will give him a cause which is greater. My burden is not light, and must be shouldered with fortitude and courage. Those finding it too heavy must go elsewhere. The man who seeks to preserve his life through cowardice will be deprived of its benefits, and he who is prepared to make sacrifices for the cause of man will surely gain the crown of life. Whoever receives a good and just man openly, giving him his due, shall in turn be given the reward of his merit. But those who expect to receive reward bestowable only by one greater than a prophet will be disappointed. So I underlined the part at the top here where it says, I have not come to bring peace. That'll become quite clear when we read through the Book of the Silver Bow from the Kolbrin, which is one of the books where it really does appear as though it's like personal writings from Jesus himself. And we'll understand this part a little bit better where it says, I have not come to bring peace. So we'll discuss that more in video 15. Okay, so in the next set of passages, Jesus offers a prayer for his disciples. And then later we see how Jesus confronts members of the Perusium during a day of the Sabbath. So it reads here, It was after this that Jesus said to his disciples, When the task is difficult, a man seeks consolation from his Father. A man may be lonely among many, but no one need be lonely in the spirit, for this is never shut off from communication with a source of comfort. Then Jesus prayed, O Father above heaven and earth, your Son submits to your will, and if things declared in your name remain mysteries to the learned, but are revelations to the simple-hearted, you know best, my Father. You have placed a greater responsibility on your Son, but few heed him. The Father's words, spoken through the mouth of his Son, are not highly regarded. Later, at another place, Jesus said to the people gathered there, Follow me, all those who are overburdened and weary, and I will help you. Take the yoke of my cause upon you and learn from me, for this will ease and not add to your load. I am understanding and compassionate, not expecting anyone to bear a load too heavy for them. The heavy laden shall know the light and be moved from the darkness, but they who cast aside their burden and go astray are lost forever in darkness. Life loads each according to his capacity, and no two bear a similar burden. At this time, Jesus always kept some disciples with him when he walked about, and one Sabbath he and two of them were following a small pathway leading past uncut corn ripening on the husk. The disciples plucked a handful, for the law permitted them to do this, providing they did not enter the field or take any away, and rubbing the ears between their fingers, ate the grains. 3 Perusium were passing by, and they rebuked the disciples and said to Jesus, Why do you allow your followers to do things not permitted on the Sabbath? And then Jesus answered, Does the deed affect the day? Have you not read that, when driven by hunger, David went into the house of God and took the sanctified loaves to eat, sharing them with his men? Though these loaves were reserved for priestly fare, did he not justify himself by saying all produced by the earth were for the use of men? Surely the Sabbath was made for the sake of man, and not man for the sake of the Sabbath. As man bows to the needs of life, so the Sabbath must bow to the needs of men. So I underlined this part, and there's even an exclamation mark there in the scriptures where this is a very important lesson where it's just, there's a reason why the Sabbath was established by the prophets of the past. And in part is because, especially in ancient times, like humans aren't meant to work every single day. So like they established a day of the Sabbath, similar to like, it used to be more that people wouldn't work on Sundays and things like that. And it's just the intent of that establishing the Sabbath is so that to allow for societies and for people to take a break, to rest so that they don't burn out and so they could spend time with their families or, their friends and things like that. But that's the thing, and the same could be said today with a lot of religious rituals and things like that. Is like Jesus says, the Sabbath was made for the sake of man, like for humans, and humans were not made for the sake of the Sabbath. So when the Perusians start criticizing Jesus and his disciples, like, "Oh, you're not supposed to do this on the Sabbath," it's like, okay, that's not what the Sabbath was like established for, right? Like, that's the thing. We'll see Jesus keeps going, and as we keep reading through the Kailedy, where it's just like all these rituals, there was a reason why they were established, but unfortunately it got to a point where people put more importance on, we have to follow this is the Sabbath, we have to, and we'll criticize people who don't follow this. And it's like, no, the Sabbath was established for the people to establish a day where they can take a break and, like I said, spend time with their families and things like that and rest. And it's just, again, that's a very, we'll see more passages similar to this as we keep reading through the Kailedy. So the passages continue here. Towards evening, as they returned, Jesus saw a man working in the fields and said to him, "If your labors are dedicated to the service of God, you are blessed. But if it is otherwise, you are a lawbreaker." The disciples, hearing this, said, "Sire, is there so much difference between the things of the morning and the things of the evening?" And then Jesus said, "The same difference as between an empty stomach and a full one. The same thing may be forgiven one man, but not another." So again, actually, like, that's the thing. I just spoke before about how Jesus was criticizing the Perusians who were like, "How dare you do this on the Sabbath?" But then here, immediately after, Jesus is doing this to a man working in the field, saying like, "How dare you do this on the Sabbath?" And that's the thing. Like, that's where it's important to understand the meaning where, in the last sentence here, Jesus uses a bit of an analogy where he says, like, the same difference as between an empty stomach and a full one. The same thing may be forgiven one man, but not the other. So it's like, there's a time and place to work. And like, again, because I guess the idea is that if people start working during the Sabbath, even though they don't have to, then that might set a bit of a wrong precedence and take away from the original meaning of the Sabbath, where it's for people to take a break, for everyone to be on the same page, and to maybe stop from people being too competitive and trying to make more money. So that's the thing, like, where at the top here, where when Jesus saw a man working in the field and said to him, "If your labors are dedicated to the service of God, you are blessed." Like, if there's a particular reason he's working in the field, like, let's say if they were behind because like some of his other workers were sick or things like that, and it's just, so he's like working extra to make up for those friends who are sick, then you could say, "Oh, okay, you're doing this for a good reason." But if he's doing it just to get ahead of other people, then it's like, okay, well, no, like your stomach's already full. You've already been working. Things like that. So yeah, that's where it's kind of tricky with the Sabbath, where it's interesting how, in the previous page, he's criticizing the Perusians who were criticizing Jesus for doing things on the Sabbath, but then here Jesus is criticizing someone. So again, we'll talk more about that, and we'll see as we keep reading through the Kailedy here. It's like, we really need to put more thought in terms of like, okay, why are we doing these religious rituals or observing things like the Sabbath? And it's important to think about the meaning, the reasoning behind it, and then to follow it, right? So the next set of passages ends this chapter with recounting the events that occurred during another Sabbath. And as we'll read through these passages, we see that some of the people from the temple plotted against Jesus. And it's It's really difficult to understand how they believed that what they were doing was aligned with God's will. So here the passages say, on another Sabbath, Jesus came out of the temple to be accosted by a man with a paralyzed arm, who said, Sire, I am a mason who can no longer be useful and must humiliate myself by begging for food to feed my family. Let me become a whole man again, not for my sake, but for the sake of those depending upon me. Nearby stood some self-righteous members of the congregation who watched closely to see what Jesus would do. But he, knowing their thoughts, called them over and said, Let me know your views concerning the keeping of the Sabbath. Should good be done when it would be uncharitable to leave it undone? And they said, We abide by the law as it is interpreted for us by those knowing better than we. So essentially this is describing how on a day of the Sabbath, there was a man who had a paralyzed arm who came up to Jesus asking if he can help. And, the man had good intentions where he says, let me become a whole man again, not for my sake, but for the sake of those depending upon me. So then Jesus saw that there was people from the temple nearby, and he asked them what do you think? Concerning keeping of the Sabbath, should good be done when it would be uncharitable to leave it undone? And then they said essentially here, as we'll see in the next page, they're saying oh no, on a day of the Sabbath, you're not supposed to work or heal the people. And it's so here we see in the next set of passages, it says, Jesus became angry and was hurt in his heart for their hard-heartedness and wrongful interpretation of the law were indications of their spiritual apathy. So he healed the man's arm. The self-righteous see no wrong in themselves, only in others, and they interpret all things to accord with their own convenience. So here, it says, Jesus became angry, because that's the thing, that's good reason to be angry, because essentially there's this man, we just said, he's injured, and because of his injured arm, he couldn't help his family. So anyways, it's I forget if we had covered it in chapters from the previous video or if it'll be later in this video, but that's it. I'm not a historian, so I'm not an expert in knowing exactly how society was in Jerusalem or in Israel at that time. But from other passages in the Kailedy, it does seem as though at temples there would be people who were knowledgeable in how to heal certain ailments and things like that, and to help this man who had a paralyzed arm. So, but on a day of the Sabbath, then I guess they wouldn't help to heal people. It's oh no, it's the Sabbath, we do not work. And so that's the thing. That's why Jesus became angry, because it's this person's injured. Why are you using the Sabbath as a reason to not help this man? Right? So that's the thing here. It really goes to show just the ignorance of the people. And we'll see this in the next passages here. So here it says, Then the self-righteous ones left plotting among themselves, and they decided to become supporters of Herod, who was against Jesus. They said, Let us set a trap for this troublemaker who condemns our ways. He reproaches us for wrongdoing when we simply obey the law, and accuses us of things which he declares to be sinful, but which are not more than natural weaknesses of men. Here these people are upset, oh, we are simply obeying the law. How dare he criticize us? And it's it goes to show how people would use the religious laws for their own convenience, just because they don't see how they're misguided or sometimes even evil, and they hide behind the laws to say, no, we are good people, So yeah, they begin plotting against Jesus, and we see this continues here. So this is still the people plotting against Jesus, where they say, He proclaims himself to be the mouthpiece of God, so let us test him and see. Let us find out whether he speaks true or false. We will send men to beat him up, and see then whether God comes to his aid. Let other men abuse him and hurl insults at him, heaping every kind of indignity upon him, treating him roughly to test his gentleness. We will heckle him and cause commotion wherever he speaks, and see whether he abides by his own teachings under provocation. Like, it really shows just how misguided those people who saw themselves as like, no, we are good people obeying the ways of the temple, and how God, like, anyways, I could go on and on about that. But yeah, so the passages continue here. It says, they laid their plans. However, there were others who came to Jesus and asked him how they would recognize the deliverer when he appeared among them. So then Jesus answered those people who were asking about the deliverer, and he said, is it not written, he will judge the disinherited and lowly who trust in him? He will smite the earth with the rod of his tongue and destroy wickedness. He will be girdled in integrity and belted with trustworthiness. So yeah, as we'll see in the next page here, so like we don't necessarily see what happened because of like the mischievous plans that were laid by the people who were upset at Jesus. Instead, it just continues with Jesus speaking with those who were asking him about the deliverer. So it continues here where it says, then some said, surely this man is God's anointed. And then someone said, sire, how do we know the deliverer will come to us? And then Jesus said, is it not written, he will come to the worthy and just, but to the people he will be like a winnowing fan, ensuring only the best are gathered in? It is also said, he will bless those who follow him with wisdom and gladness. He will be sinless, gathering together a dedicated people whom he will lead in righteousness as an example to all nations. They will cast out the ungodly from their midst. Those born in the days of the deliverer will witness the things he will do for the generations which follow. Is it not also written, the words of his mouth will smite the earth forever, and for the chosen among men, there will be a guiding light for the rest of their days? So this is the end of chapter 11. But that's the thing. Like I said, we'll see it more clearly in videos 15 and 16 when we go through the personal books written by Jesus, because that's the thing, I guess, like here where it says, is it not also written, the words of his mouth will smite the earth forever? That's the thing. Jesus understood what he was tasked to do, because when he accomplished the twice-born ritual, the Holy Spirit essentially kind of explained what his mission is, what Jesus is meant to do. And that's the thing, like Jesus understood that, and as we'll discuss in the next videos, like ultimately he understood that he was meant to write down his knowledge and wisdom because he saw things so clearly. And it was meant to create an everlasting impact on humanity. Like Jesus is truly meant to be a prophet like no other. And but that's the thing, he knew that his books would be hidden by Joseph of Arimathea. And like he knew his message was for later generations. So yeah, that'll become more clear in the later videos. But you do see some parts of that in the Kailedy, where even in here, like there's kind of a bit of not necessarily foreshadowing, but you can see that Jesus understood that like his message was to make an impact on the people at the time. But the idea was that it was meant to establish the law, again, establish the new wine for humanity in generations to come. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 12 of the Kailedy, and yeah, I guess I think sometimes I want to take pauses and elaborate on these passages, but there's quite a bit to go through, and I don't want the video to be like too long, so yeah, I'll read through these just a little bit more quickly, or with less pauses to kind of dig into them. But that's the thing. I guess I'll just make a note. Like my intent of these videos is just to first bring awareness to these texts. And that's the thing, like these are scriptures where, you can go passage by passage and really dig quite deeply into it. But the thing is, we're meant to study these scriptures regularly, right? So that's the thing. I guess I'll maybe do less pauses and just kind of read through these passages a little bit more. And maybe in future videos, maybe I'll do more of a deep dive into these passages. But that's the thing, like I just as an overall note, like my intent of these videos is to bring awareness and to help explain just kind of overall what these are. But like Jesus even says in some passages where like we're meant to study these scriptures regularly as part of our life. So We'll get started here with chapter 12, where, this chapter begins with Jesus, Peter, and other disciples visiting Peter's village and family household. And we'll see in these passages that Jesus did not speak against all the Perusium, and he actually believed many of them were godly men. It is the hypocrites among them that he spoke against. Here it says, Peter, who had been called Simon, owned a house beside an olive garden, and his brother, his wife, and his mother-in-law lived there with children and servants. These did not welcome Jesus, while Peter's mother-in-law kept to her bed, for she was down with fever. Jesus, finding her in this condition, sat down beside her and, taking her hand, stroked it so she soon slept. When she awoke, she got up and attended to the guests, for the fever had gone. The brother of Peter said to Jesus, "This place already supports sufficient priests and expounders of religion, and you bring others with you to swell their numbers? How will you all live?" Like essentially here, like it says, it's like these did not welcome Jesus. Like those from Peter's family's household were kind of hesitant in terms of they didn't necessarily look up to Jesus. And here you see how Peter's brother says like, "Oh, there's already sufficient priests here, like, and you bring others with you to swell their numbers. Like, how will you all live?" So then Jesus responds here. He says, "I will tell you a parable. An inconsiderate man once owned a cat, which he sometimes neglected to feed. One day, he came home with a dog found wandering and lost. The cat said to the dog, 'Now I shall surely starve, for you are much bigger than I am, and the food for you will be often forgotten, so you will devour mine.' So then the dog said, 'This will not be so, for when we are hungry, I can bark and whine, which you cannot do. This will show the master we are hungry, and we will both be fed.'" So later, while they were dining, Jesus said, "Men say I am the scourge of the Perusium, but this is untrue. For many of these are godly men whom it would be unworthy to lash with the tongue. It is the painted Perusium, the hypocrites pretending to be what they are not, whom I criticize." So Jesus continues here, kind of again talking about their hypocrisy, where he says, "There are those who carry their goodness on their shoulders for all to see. Those who say, 'Tell me my duty and I will do it. Show me my obligations and I will carry them out.' Those who bow to the ground so their eyes may not look on passing women. Those who trip over their feet with excessive humility. And those who do good out of fear. I bring their faults into the light of day so they may benefit from their own shame." So then the brother of Peter said, "Sire, we are respectable people and live among our own kind. For a man who works among goats always carries some of their smell. Why do you associate with wrongdoers?" And then Jesus said, "I prefer the wrongdoer who is aware of his deficiencies to the good man who is overly aware of his goodness. Is the starving and desperate man who steals to feed his hungry children bad, while the overfed, respectable man protected from temptation by wealth, ill-earned, is good? Which of the two needs compassion?" This is something I think we should keep in mind today as well, where just, the important part, like I underlined, is where Jesus says, "I prefer the wrongdoer who is aware of his deficiencies compared to the good man who is overly aware of his goodness." And the other part here is where it says, "While the overfed, respectable man protected from temptation by wealth, ill-earned, is good." I think that applies to a lot of people today, where it's just often a lot of the wealthy people will criticize those who are maybe seen as like he says, maybe someone steals to feed their hungry children and things like that. And it's like it says here, by wealth ill-earned. So there's a lot of people today who are wealthy, and maybe in part the wealth is ill-earned, and it protects them from temptation. So then because of that, they're like, "Oh, look, we're not doing bad things like stealing food, because of their wealth. So they see themselves as good and they pat themselves on the back and they'll criticize maybe the poor and things like that. So it's an important lesson. There's some of these sorts of nuances you really got to like pay attention to in Jesus's wisdom here. But that's saying a lot of these, especially when he talks about the wealthy, there's a lot of lessons for those who are alive today who see themselves as good people. And it's like, are you really good? Would Jesus think you're good? Probably not. So anyways, and Jesus continues here saying, going to the temple makes no one good unless goodness is already established in their hearts. No truly good man could serve the Father devotedly for an hour and then turn his back on him for the rest of the day. So that's the thing. And I think this is something very important for people to recognize today. And I think it's just a sign of the times. Like I grew up Roman Catholic. Like I used to go to church, every Sunday and things like that until my early 20s. And it's just, that's the thing. I think this is going to be a harsh lesson for a lot of people today. Like, I'm not criticizing, like there's a lot of people who go to church and things like that who are good, but like that's the thing, like Jesus is saying here, like if you go to church for an hour and then the rest of the day you don't live as God would want you to live kind of thing, being nice to your neighbors and considerate and all that, like then you're not a good person. Versus if someone doesn't go to church but lives in a good way and they're considerate towards people and all that, then they're good. Like, so that's saying I think there's a lot of hypocrisy going on in the world today. And I think a lot of people are going to be in for a rude awakening because that's the thing. There are a lot of people who think that like, oh no, I go to church and I do the rituals or things like that. I do the this and this. And it's like, that's not what makes you good. It's how you treat other people. It's how you live your life the rest of the day. So that's saying there's a lot of people who go to church, and I think maybe in part the reason they go to church is because they're like, oh no, by going to church, that makes me a good person. And then they'll criticize other people. And it's like, no, that's not at all true. And, this is Jesus saying it. So yeah, I'm a little bit worried that when the truth of these gospels come out, that especially like we'll see, Jesus talks a lot about vain rituals and things like that. So it's just, I think it's going to be a bit of a revelation for people, and a lot of people are going to be upset and they're going to be like, oh, so all the time I went to church was a waste of time. And it's like, yeah, it was, because you were living like a jerk the rest of the day. So anyways, it's just one of those, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow for some people, I think. Okay, so in the next set of passages, we see how Jesus goes for a walk and people gathered who wanted Jesus to heal them or their loved ones, including a leper. Now, as we'll read through these passages, it's difficult to understand which parts are real in the sense of like healing physical ailments. And it is worth considering whether Jesus had a miraculous healing touch of sorts. Because again, he was a prophet like no other and things like that. But at the same time, keep in mind as we read these next passages is that like it's quite clear that Jesus aims to heal people of their spiritual ailments in hope that they can live harmoniously on earth and to hopefully attain eternal life in heaven. That's kind of what his main intent is. So we'll see that as we read these next passages. So it says, Jesus went outside to where there was an open space surrounded by trees, and here a crowd started to gather around him. While he was speaking, a man pushed through in distress and, coming close to Jesus, begged him to come and save his young daughter. Jesus said, I will go to her immediately after I leave here. Now, a leper stood apart from the crowd, and Jesus went over to him, saying, Do you want to be made well? And the man answered, O sire, you could make me a new man if you would only will it to be so. So Jesus touched him, and the man's affliction began to depart. Jesus said to him, Go to a priest, taking the prescribed offerings of your cleansing, and he will testify to the cure. Those about said among themselves, He heals unlike other holy men, for those he cures seem to be filled with a strange form of vigor. As Jesus went back into the gathering, a centurion came up to him and said, I have heard of your powers from many people, and my son is at home and in great pain. Will you kindly heal him? And for this I will be forever grateful." So then Jesus said, "I will come and heal him." But the centurion replied, "My house is a very humble place and hardly fit for you to enter. Just command it, and I know the boy will be cured, for I trust you. I, who give and take orders, know the power of command." So Jesus was surprised to hear these words and, turning to those who followed him, said, "Nowhere in the land have I seen faith such as this. Believe me, many will come from east and west, thinking to sit among our forefathers in the kingdom of the Spirit, but many who are heirs to this kingdom have fortified their heritage, will be found outside the gates, and there will be weeping and wailing." Then Jesus said to the centurion, "Go home, my friend. Because of your trust, I will not disappoint you." Then Jesus gave the centurion a piece of metal, saying, "Place this beside the boy." And from that time, the boy began to recover. In the crowd which pressed around Jesus was a woman who had suffered from bleeding for 12 years, whom no one had been able to cure. Coming up behind Jesus, she prayed silently to herself and touched him on the back. At once, the woman began to feel comfortable and relieved. But Jesus knew the healing power had been drawn from him in an unexpected outsurge. Turning to the disciples in the crowd who stood guard, he asked who had touched him. Peter, who was there, said, "How can we know? The crowd presses so close we can hardly control them." The woman, hearing this, and fearful for what she had done, came forward and fell on her knees before Jesus, confessing her guilt. He raised her up gently, saying, "My daughter, it is not the power in me alone, but your faith has opened a door whereby it poured out to effect a cure. Be at peace in your heart, for the complaint will trouble you no more." After this, Jesus needed a rest, and while doing so, a servant came bearing a message to the man whose daughter had been ill, telling him she had died. Jesus, overhearing what was said, called the man to him and said, "Do not upset yourself. Just trust me and wait a while, and we will go together." Jesus then bid the crowd remain where it was and went with the father and his servant, accompanied by 3 disciples. When they arrived at the man's house, mourners had already started the wailing of the laments, and Jesus rebuked them for making such a noise when the girl was only sleeping, for he had sent his spirit before him. The mourners said, "What kind of a fool is this?" Ordering them outside, Jesus, accompanied by the parents and 2 disciples, entered the room where the child was lying. Taking her hands, Jesus said, "Wake up, my little one." And after a while she gave a great breath. Later, opening her eyes, she smiled and soon got up. The parents were overcome, but when they recovered, Jesus told them to keep their own counsel and attend to the child. When they had left, James, one of the disciples, asked, "Why are some brought back to life and others not?" Then Jesus answered, "Did I not say this one only slept? There is a time appointed for dying, and the spirits of men keep their appointments. I work with the law of life, not against it." When they arrived back at the place where the crowd was gathered, there was a man lying in their midst with a greatly swollen leg which had crippled him for many years. He said to Jesus, "Sire, I have been a sinful man and have been punished." Jesus said, "Be of good heart, for your suffering has compensated for your misdeeds." Some nearby who were hostile towards Jesus, hearing this, said, "This is blasphemous talk." Overhearing what was said, Jesus turned to them and replied, Talk such as this is cheap and serves no end. It takes more than a wagging tongue to effect cures." Then Jesus said to the man on the ground, "Arise and go your way." Thereupon he got up and walked, the people being amazed and giving thanks that such powers could be manifested among them. Um, so yeah, there's quite a few stories here of Jesus healing people, and I think these are a set of passages that it's worth spending more time and kind of really analyzing. But I'll just go really quickly here, like here where Jesus says, and this was for the girl who the people thought she was dead, but Jesus was like, "Oh no, she's only sleeping," and he tended to her and she woke up. Like, Jesus says here, "I work with the law of life, not against it." So here he's saying like. And just as an overall thing, that's the thing, Jesus was incredibly intelligent, and he was probably also given some divine wisdom through the Holy Spirit. So that's the thing. It's keeping in mind that most of the people at the time, especially the common people who Jesus was often healing, just due to their lack of education and lack of knowledge, which is not their fault, and also just at the time, humanity, like the knowledge of medical science was not at all what it is today. That's the thing. A lot of these stories, like, they seem quite miraculous, and some of them may be, but like Jesus highlights here, I work with the law of life, not against it. It's just in this case with the girl, for whatever reason, like the people thought she was dead, but Jesus may have noticed something, or maybe even because of his. It seems as though sometimes these prophets who completed the twice-born ritual, we'll go through the chapters that talk about the twice-born ritual in video 14 coming up, where it does seem as though they see things a little bit differently on earth. Like they see, there's a chance that Jesus would have seen a bit of a glow around her to know like, oh no, she's still alive, she's not dead. So that's the thing, like it could be practical. Maybe he saw that she was still breathing a little bit or not, or maybe he saw some sort of glow, again, because he was a twice-born prophet. But whatever it is, it's pretty clear that she wasn't dead. And like he said, she was only sleeping. And another example, I'll just go back to the leper here. So here, when there was the leper that Jesus went to, even though it says Jesus touched him and the man's afflictions began to depart, but then Jesus said to him, "Go to a priest, taking the prescribed offering of your cleansing, and he will testify to the cure." So, Jesus may have done something that alleviated some of his pain in the moment, but then he may have said, like, go to the temple and ask for this, which may have been, at the temple, they may have had like herbs or certain things to help people heal. So, that's what maybe this prescribed offering for your cleansing is referencing. So again, it's like, it's not necessarily that he healed him miraculously, although again, even from these passages, it's a little bit hard to tell, but it does seem as though like Jesus, again, he was very intelligent and he would have known like, okay, well, if you go to the temple and take these medicines, you'll get better kind of thing. So again, it's not miraculously. So another example here is with the centurion who had a lot of faith in Jesus, where like here Jesus says, nowhere in the land have I seen faith such as this. Believe me, many will come from east to west, thinking to sit among our forefathers in the kingdom of the Spirit. So this is talking about like to sit among the people in heaven. So he's not talking about here on earth, but that's the thing. Like he's saying, like, go home, my friend, because of your trust, I will not disappoint you. And here where he says, then Jesus gave the centurion a piece of metal, saying, place this beside the boy. And from that time, the boy began to recover. It could be that from the description, Jesus understood, okay, it sounds like the child has a fever, and as long as he sleeps, he'll get better. So maybe that's why he said, like, and again, like the centurion had a lot of faith in Jesus, and Jesus would have seen like, okay, he's expecting some sort of like religious, spiritual cure of sorts, but Jesus would have known, hey, sleep is the best medicine often. So anyways, again, like it's just these sets of passages that we just read through. And it's the same thing about like the woman who had touched Jesus, and Jesus was like, oh, who touched me? And like here it says, but Jesus knew the healing power had been drawn from him in an unexpected outsurge. whether or not that's true or not, it's hard to tell. But like, again, this is where it's tough to tell, because this kind of infers that he may have actually had some sort of healing touch, which might be true. Again, he was a prophet like no other. But at the same time, when he says, like, he raised her up gently, saying, "My daughter, it is not the power in me alone, but your faith has opened a door whereby it poured out to effect a cure." So sometimes it seems like when the people got healed, it may have been like, today we call it the placebo effect, where sometimes people will get cured even though the medicine that they were taking, they thought, like, sometimes when there's like a medical trial, they'll have like one group of people will take the actual medicine, others will be given a placebo. And sometimes those who are given a placebo actually get better. And maybe that's a takeaway. Like, I don't want to get too much into it here, but it's, who knows, maybe when you're like spiritually living well and things like that, maybe there's something to be said about like the power of healing through faith and good works or things like that. So again, I guess what I'm trying to say here is that, like, from these passages in the Kailedy, it's a bit of a gray area where it's like, okay, well, it's not definitive that there isn't a complete practical explanation for everything, where it's like, oh, maybe Jesus did have a bit of a healing touch. But at the same time, considering the knowledge of the people at the time, especially those who Jesus was healing, some of it could have been a placebo effect. And maybe, who knows, maybe later in later generations, doctors will find that, like, oh, actually the placebo effect, there is a connection to like having faith and a belief, and somehow your body comes with a way to heal, right? So anyways, so yeah, like there's other passages we'll read where it talks about other times where Jesus was healing people, but I think this long set of passages has a lot of good examples where, again, like I said, did he have a healing touch? Maybe to some degree, but at the same time, it seems like there's a bit of a practical explanation for this. So like I said, I think this should be a much longer discussion to be had once more people are aware of the Kolbrin and the Kailedy, to kind of go through these and really reconsider what could be meant by, when Jesus is described as healing people, and to kind of see that, like, oh, he didn't violate the laws of nature, although maybe he had a bit of a healing touch. It's hard to say. I guess I'll just get back to where we were. So in the next set of passages, we see that, later when Jesus returns to Peter's household, there were several Perusium who were waiting outside to confront him. And we'll see in the set of passages that the Perusium are stating that there are others who heal like Jesus. So that's another hint that perhaps Jesus was not, when it talks about Jesus healing people, it was not of a miraculous nature that goes against the physical laws of nature. And in these passages, we also see Jesus elaborate on what he means when he speaks of bread. And he indicates that the Perusium and the Jews misunderstood the biblical reference of manna that fed the people with Moses during their exodus from Egypt. So the passages read here: Jesus then left and returned to the house of Peter, and, when he arrived, found several Perusium waiting outside. They said, "We hear you have much wisdom. What is the basis of your teaching? What sign can you give of your authority, or what proof, so we can believe? Moses provided heavenly bread when our people starved in the wilderness, and by his deeds we know him for a true prophet." So then a disciple said, "He has just healed 4 people. But then the Perusian replied, "There are others who heal. The power is not unique in him." Then Jesus said, "Must you have proof and be given signs to believe? Surely this would take all merit from belief. As for Moses, I assure you he did not provide bread from heaven when he fed those who starved in the wilderness. Through me, God will send down the bread of heaven, which nourishes the world. Therefore, when working to support yourselves, do not overlook the need for the bread of heaven, which nourishes the spirit, for man cannot live by mortal bread alone. Strive less for perishable food and more for the food of eternal life." So then the crowd answered, "O sire, never fail to provide us with this bread." And then Jesus said, I bring the bread of life. Whoever partakes of it will never hunger. I bring the water of eternity, and whoever drinks of it will never thirst. All I am intended to receive from above, I will share with everyone who comes to me. So that's the thing. There's a lot of passages in the Kailedy where Jesus makes reference to his having, carrying the waters from heaven and things like that. So that's when Jesus talks about bread and water and wine and things like that. Like it's his spiritual nourishment. It's his lessons. It's the truth. Like that's the whole thing with the prophets, right? They somehow form a connection with, the spirits in heaven, like the Holy Spirit, and through there, they obtain the waters from heaven, and they, through words and things like that, try to teach the people the truths and things like that. And again, that's the whole idea, is that this is the food, the water that nourishes the soul, not our material body. And it's by nourishing our soul that then after death, our soul will be worthy and capable of life in the light side of heaven. So that's the thing. But yeah, it's quite interesting here, where like Jesus says, like, no, like this, Moses did not miraculously feed like physical food or manna to the people. It was spiritual wisdom. It's just one of those misunderstandings that is just, it's pretty consistent as we read through the Kolbrin and the Kailedy. And yeah, actually the next passages here kind of describe that. So this continues from Jesus, where he says, the power I have comes from heaven and is used not for my own ends, but to serve the purpose of he who gave it. His will is that I should waste no particle of what I have been given, but must account for it when my work is ended. For it is the will of he who invested me with authority and power that whoever has faith in me and believes in my cause, putting my teachings into practice, will enjoy immortality in glory. And that's the thing. So actually, I just want to say here, like, where he says, whoever has faith in me and believes in my cause, there's a lot of people who today seem to think that that's all it takes is belief in Jesus. But the more important part that becomes quite clear when we read through Jesus' personal books later is this part, putting my teachings into practice. That is the key. It's not just belief in Jesus. It's once you believe in Jesus, but then you must put his knowledge and wisdom into practice. That's how you exercise. That's how your soul grows. It's not by simple belief, but by belief and then putting into action the knowledge and wisdom. So that's a very, very important part to keep in mind, which again, I think, unfortunately, there's going to be a lot of people today who were misguided. And anyways, it's going to be one of those revelations where it's putting his teachings into practice. That is very, very important. So anyways, we'll continue here. So it says, one of the Perusians said to Jesus, why do so many flock to hear you speak instead of going to the temples and places of assembly? Why do they have to listen to someone speaking on the streets and hillsides when they could listen to those fully armed with knowledge of the law? And then Jesus answered, I too am surprised so many seek to learn righteousness from me. Maybe they come because I am among those disinherited. But before telling them what to do, put yourself in their place. Can it be they find my teachings more sustaining and closer to their hearts? I actually really like these two passages here, because basically one of the Perusians is saying like, oh, why are so many people going to you when they could come to us where we are fully, like it says, those fully armed with knowledge of the law. But like we've been discussing, like a lot of these Perusians at the temples, they were misguided, but they had a strong belief that, no, we are very knowledgeable in the law. Like, how dare you do these things on the Sabbath and stuff like that, right? So, but here I really like this where Jesus says, like, he's being a little bit sarcastic, I think, when he says, I too am surprised so many seek to learn righteousness from me. But, like he says here, like, but before telling them what to do, put yourself in their place. Can it be they find my teachings more sustainable or sustaining and closer to their hearts? That's the thing, is that when Jesus, because again, like as we read through the Kolbrin and we'll see when we read more the chapters that talk about like the nature of our souls and things like that. It's like our souls when we're born on earth, it's part of the process. It's part of the intended design that God establishes, that like when we're born on earth, our eternal soul is asleep and needs to be awakened. But the truth does lie deep inside of us in our soul. Like our soul, there's something about us in our soul that knows the truth when we hear it. So essentially what Jesus is saying here is like, can it be that they find my teachings more sustaining and closer to their hearts? Is that like, he's saying like, hey, while you believe that you're fully armed with the knowledge of the law, maybe people are turning away from you because something about it just doesn't really, it's not in harmony with what's in their hearts. But when they hear Jesus, it's like, that seems like the truth. That there's something to what this Jesus guy is saying, right? So anyways, the reason I really wanted to highlight this is, and I think in my report, I kind of use this passage as an example where it's like, I think this is, a lot of people, again, it's very unfortunate that the Hope Trust, didn't provide like a physical copy so that we can prove with certainty that these, the Kolbrin and the Kailedy are come from a actual ancient manuscript. But this is a passage that I point to where it's like, look, the more that people read and study these, the more you're like, I think that's the point. I think that's one of the reasons why. Anyways, I'll talk more about that later. But I think that's one of the big reasons why, like the history of the Kolbrin and the Kailedy is what it is, where there's no proof that it's an actual ancient writing. It just appeared in the 1990s. It's because like having faith, like we're not supposed to be given certainty. Faith is a important element of just our life on earth. So anyways, I guess what I'm trying to say is that for those today who are really struggling with the history of the Kolbrin and why it is that there's no proof of it being an ancient manuscript, how about like just my advice is to put that aside, study these scriptures, and deep inside you'll be like, no, this is the real deal. This is the more truthful recounting of Jesus and his teachings, as well as like for Moses and Osiris and all that. So anyways, I really like these passages here because, can it be they find my teachings more sustaining and closer to their hearts? I think that's key for us today to really allow ourselves to accept these writings. It's like, study them and you'll see. It's kind of like, the expression, like if it walks like a duck and acts like a duck, it might be a duck. Like, hey, there's just something about these texts. There's just something about the knowledge and wisdom about Jesus in these texts that just really rings true with our hearts. So anyways, that's what I just wanted to spend a little bit of time on this because I think it's very important for us today who might have doubts because of, again, the history of the Kolbrin. Okay, so we'll continue here. So it says, many of the Jews were angry at the teachings of Jesus, for he said, I have the true bread of life and of heaven. So then they said, like this is the Jews saying, is this not the Jesus we know, son of Joseph and Mary, who are just ordinary people? So Jesus once said to them, do not say things behind my back when you can say them to my face. I will draw no one away from your own teachings unless something greater inclines them towards me. But if it does, they are on the way to immortality. The prophets promised your forefathers that their descendants would receive instructions from God. So, can you not believe these things? Therefore, anyone God inclines towards me hears me speak with his voice. The people who joined the crowds about Jesus filled him with compassion, for they were so anxious to find the deliverer. They seemed pathetically helpless and lost, like sheep without a shepherd. Jesus said to his disciples, the seed planted was good, and there is a rich harvest ready for the cutting. But alas, the harvesters are few. Therefore, the overseer must be requested to send more men. Now, as underlined, I'll just go back here. So where it says like the prophets promised your forefathers that their descendants would receive instructions from God. So that's the thing. It seems as though Moses may have taught the people that there would be a prophet in the future who would come to teach them about God. And that's the thing, like Moses would have known that there would be a twice-born prophet in the future. So this claim would have made the people ready and willing to listen to such a prophet. But unfortunately, over the years, those who had no real understanding of the truth may have altered the Jewish holy books. And so this turned into a much greater messianic prophecy filled with unrealistic expectations. So it seems as though the idea of a twice-born being as one reborn became a literal interpretation, where people were expecting this messianic prophet to actually be raised from the dead. So this gave hypocritical religious leaders a lot of ammunition to discredit Jesus simply because they did not like what Jesus preached. Like we read before, when the Perusian were talking about like, oh, Moses gave our people bread, like from heaven, manna, like that was a sign that he was from God. So like you have to show us a sign to prove to us that you were sent from God and things like that. So that's the thing. Again, I don't know how many times I've said, in video 14, we'll be talking about the twice-born ritual, but yeah, I guess that'll be coming up relatively soon here, where as we read through those chapters that talk about the twice-born ritual, I think it becomes quite apparent that this, again, I'll just go back up here where, this is Jesus saying, the prophets promised your forefathers that their descendants would receive instructions from God. It really is, they would have said that because they knew, well, there'll be prophets in the future and they'll provide the instructions. And again, we'll talk more about that in video 14. So in the next set of passages, we see how the following day, Jesus taught his disciples how humans cannot escape judgment. And so if someone performs more wicked acts than good, and if they do not reconcile their wickedness before death, they will have an uncomfortable experience on the spiritual side. For example, it's kind of like, going to the dark side of heaven, or as we know today, like, hell. So here it says, the following day, Jesus was seated among the trees near the house of Peter, and with him were many disciples. And one said to him, Sire, since the days of our fathers, many slaves have come into the land, great numbers having no slaves, being forced into brigandage, or for otherwise they would starve. Are these men evildoers? And yeah, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this word here, but essentially I just looked it up, and it means, like being like highway robbers or, thieves and things like that. And then Jesus replied, what they do is not good and therefore must be evil. But though their wrongdoing may be great in the eyes of men, it is small in the eyes of God compared with the evil done by those who stand behind the deed. Many, blameless in the eyes of men, will not escape the judgment of eternity. The disinherited say, all things will change when God wills it, but I tell you the Father will not do the work of his sons. The deliverer comes to take men to their place of labor, and will ease their burdens there, but he cannot undertake the whole of the task. He will initiate the rule of God, but cannot force it upon men. He will teach them to judge the underprivileged justly, and to deal harshly with the arrogant. The rich will be less rich, and the poor less poor. He will point the feet of men towards the path of perfection, but cannot carry them along it. Earthly kings can drive men to fulfill their task, but no one can be driven along the path of glory. Only those who guide and lead can take men this way. I bring the light, and the light is good, or is a good tree bearing beneficial fruit. But fruit on the tree of darkness is consistent with conditions about its roots. For all trees are rooted in darkness, but the good tree transmutes the things of darkness into things of light. So in the passages that we just read, Jesus states that God will help to initiate the rule of God, but he will not do the work required to establish the rule of God. So, we'll talk more about that in a later video once we go through all the chapters, especially those from Jesus. But I just want to make a note that, God, through the Holy Spirit, has ensured that the light brought to earth by Jesus and the many ancient twice-born prophets has survived to become available for humanity. So that's the thing. Essentially, what Jesus is saying is that, it's up to all of us alive today, and as well as humans in future generations, to put in the difficult work required to bring forth and maintain the rule of God on earth. So again, where it says like God will initiate it. So again, like I was talking a little bit earlier in this chapter about like just as fate would have it, the way that the Kolbrin and the Kailedy survived, where it requires faith. I think this is in part where it's like part of what Jesus is saying, like, God will help to initiate it. So it's kind of like, as fate would have it, these survived in this way. But at the same time, like, that's it. Like, in terms of actually establishing the rule of God on earth, it's up to us humans who are, like I said, alive today and those in future generations to put in the work, because it is up to us to bring it forth. And also, like I had underlined, as taught by Jesus, a very important principle is that societies must change to greatly reduce the gap between the rich and the poor. And I think we are seeing that today in action, where I think it's a sign of the times that the billionaire class are completely out of control, and they're going to be in for a very rude awakening when this truth comes out. So in the next passages, Jesus teaches how we should be careful when judging those who govern nations, since they and others do have a difficult job to maintain order and peace. And Jesus also teaches that when confronting an evil king, it should be done peacefully and with consideration that many of the evil king's followers may be good people. Also, here the passages say, "A disciple said to Jesus, 'Sire, you say harsh things about the rulers and those in high places, but do not seek to arm us against them. Surely the day of arming comes soon.' And then Jesus answered, 'A physician is called to treat the sickness, and a healthy man does not require his attentions. The good in men I strengthen, but I leave untouched. It is the evil I seek out to destroy.' Were it not for the strength of those who govern, there would be no peace in the land. Man would strive with man, and there would be murder and pillage everywhere. It would be like the sea, where big fish feed on the small, and nothing is there to prevent it. Therefore, if murder and robbery are kept from your door, pay due homage to those who stand guard. If an evil king be guarded by 1,000 good men, should these be slain to kill the king? Is it not best to first take the good men away from service with the king, bringing them into your own ranks? Those who serve evil, though powerful and wily, are cowards and hide behind the arms of better men. Therefore, by killing the brave men, are you not adding evil to evil? No, first bring the good and brave men to your side, and then let events happen as they will." So essentially, Jesus is saying like it's worth initially giving people an opportunity to reject the evil king. And while it may be the more difficult path in some ways, it could resolve the issue without a deadly conflict. And again, I think this passage is very something to consider for today, is that like I just mentioned before about the billionaire class and stuff like that. It's just like, if they could be considered the evil kings today, it's just, instead of going after all of the people who work for them or who follow them or whatever, it's worth first allowing everyone an opportunity to like come to the light side and let them have the choice of like abandoning the evil rulers. So that should be the first thing. But, then like Jesus says, first bring the good and brave men to your side, and then let events happen as they will. So I think that's something to keep in mind, like just for everyone, like we're living through a dark night of ignorance right now. So instead of going through and crucifying, or I'm using that as as an expression here, but instead of going after everyone who's been serving these evil causes, the focus should be to first give them an opportunity to see the light and recognize that, no, they need to walk away from what they were doing and accept them. Like we shouldn't go after the people on the bottom who are serving these, evil kings, and instead we should go after like the actual evil kings and rulers, or those today who fit that description. Okay, so chapter 12 ends with Jesus further discussing what he means when referring to bread. So these passages also indicate that many of the disciples did not fully retain Jesus' teachings, although it does note that there was one disciple who did write them down. And we also see that Jesus began increasing the complexity of his teachings, which led to a winnowing of his disciples, in terms of like there'd be like some would leave, because they were having difficulty following his lessons. So here it says, "A young disciple who became an envoy said, 'You speak about bread unlike other bread, but the meaning is not clear to me. Tell me again about it.' So Jesus said, 'I will tell you with certainty. He who follows my cause wholeheartedly will gain eternal life, for I have the bread of immortality. The bread I give forms part of my being, and I share it for the good of the world. Many have the grains, but these are yet to be ground and baked. Unless, therefore, you can partake of my substance and become like me, you cannot gain immortality in glory.'" So here, immortality is talking about, our soul then, living in the light side of heaven after death. So Jesus continues here, "Yet what I can do, you can do also. What I have become, you can become. I do not ask men to follow a path I would not travel myself. Neither is there anything in me not inherent in you. As I am the true food of men, and the power of life flowing in me is their true drink. I come with special gifts and authority from above, clothed with the living Spirit, and I express life as I do because of the powers within me. So it will be with those who partake of my bread." So then, many of those with Jesus could not hold these things in their hearts, for they were not easily understood. But one recorded them. Some, hearing these teachings, said, "These words are not easy to understand and difficult to accept." So then Jesus said, "So you find difficulty in accepting what I say. Suppose you could see me communicating with my place of origin. Would you believe then? But the eyes of the flesh cannot see things intended only for the eyes of the Spirit. Only the Spirit contains the power of life, and the flesh of itself can see or do nothing. The words I have spoken concern only the life-holding Spirit, and I have not referred to worldly matters. But still you do not understand. I know you are perplexed and confused by my teachings. That is why I said something greater must speak internally to incline you towards me." So from this day, many disciples and followers no longer heeded him. It is written in the holy books of the Jews, "In the days of unrighteousness, I will send forth a firebrand to consume the world with fire. Also, then each man shall know the fullness of his own nature, and his reward shall be according to his measure." So this is the end of chapter 12 here, where, like I said before, you see that this is an important lesson where, again, like I mentioned a few times, like Jesus is very clear here that, the words I have spoken concern only the life-holding Spirit, and I have not referred to worldly matters. But unfortunately, people had difficulty where they're trying to take his wisdom and knowledge and apply it to like earthly matters, and so they would get confused. And so a lot of followers no longer heeded him. Okay, so now we're going to go through chapter 13 of the Kailedy, and this is quite an important chapter, where it begins with Jesus visiting his mother, Mary. And here we see that while Jesus and his siblings were young, which presumably means that this is when their father Joseph was still alive, Jesus did grow up in a poor or modest household, where it says, "Jesus went from there to the house of his mother, for Mary had a small inheritance. She was a careful woman, for once, when her children were young, having lost a small silver coin, she swept the floor carefully, sifting until she found it. So next we'll see how Jesus then traveled to the sea, and we'll read of how by this point word of Jesus' teachings and his ability to heal had spread across the land, and so crowds of people began traveling towards wherever Jesus was seen. And many believed that they could be healed through physical contact with Jesus, and so he and his disciples escaped on a boat before climbing up a hill. So here it says, leaving there, he withdrew to the sea, for Jesus liked to swim and be among the boats. Now, while he was there, a great number came from Galilee, from all of Judah, and from Jerusalem, some even from beyond Jordan and from the coast of the western sea where he was known. Jesus bid his followers prepare a small ship as quickly as possible to take him away from the great crowd pressing about him. As he had cured so many who were afflicted, those still uncured tried to touch him, and there was a constant shoving and scuffling to get nearer. Escaping in the boat, he went with it a short distance to where a path led up a hillside. Climbing this to a small mount, he sat down with his disciples. The time for celebrating the great festival was approaching, and Jesus had sent out many envoys and heralds. Okay, so in the next passages, it begins what must have been an incredible moment for Jesus, as he had an opportunity to preach to a very large crowd who were intent on listening to him. So Jesus begins by describing those who are welcomed to join his cause. So here it says, seeing that a large crowd had gathered on the hillside, Jesus stood up and addressed the people after they were seated in this manner. For Jesus said, this is a night of ignorance, when men wander, lost in the darkness of worldly conditions. I am the light and hope of men. These are the people I support and accept, and this is the message I give to them. For I have come to unsheath the sword of the Spirit among men, and to lead them forth to fight the battles of God. The sword is the Spirit, even as the body is the scabbard. Let your swords be bright and keen for the fray. Be stalwart and resolute, and the rule of God will surely sweep all wickedness and evil, all pain and distress from the face of the earth. I accept the oppressed and the dispirited, for they shall inherit glory in the kingdom of the Spirit. I accept those who grieve, for they should not be without a comforter. Is it not written, let the words of God be an unquenchable light within you, and they will shorten your days of sorrow. I accept the disinherited, for they shall inherit the earth. Is it not written, the disinherited shall be joyful amid bounty and peace? I accept those who hunger after enlightenment, for they shall be satisfied. Is it not written, the pleasures of the food table sit heavily on the stomach, but wisdom fills the heart with satisfaction and content? I accept the compassionate, for they shall be compensated. Is it not written, he who has compassion builds a fountain of consolation for his time of need? I accept the pure-hearted, for their nature draws them closer to God. Is it not written, he whose hands and heart are clean receives the fullest measure of spirit power? I accept the peacemakers, for they are truly the heirs of God. Is it not written, listen, my children, and I will teach you the ways that are good, causing you to seek for peace and maintain it? I accept those who suffer in the cause of mankind, for on them shall fall the mantle of glory in the kingdom of the Spirit. Is it not written, when they scorned and abused me, I was strengthened by the Spirit of God, and nothing can now dismay me? I accept those whose motives when seeking to do good are misunderstood, for their place in glory is established. Is it not written, because they have reviled and slandered you, eternal glory will be granted? You whom I accept are the salt of the earth, but if the savor of the salt disappears, it is useless. As salt without any flavor would be good for nothing, so those without goodness in their hearts serve no purpose. As salt adds flavor to food, so do good men make life more acceptable. I am your light, but you are the light of the world. Therefore, build a strong city set on a hill, for a light shining from a hilltop cannot be hidden. I have given you the light so it may be put to use. For men do not put a lighted candle under a grain basket, but in a candlestick where it can light up the room. Let your lights shine before men, so they see the path clearly. Join your lights together, so they combine to form an unquenchable flame. For while a candle is easily snuffed out, it takes many men to subdue a forest fire. I underlined here where it says, join your lights together so they can combine to form an unquenchable flame. For while a candle is easily snuffed out, it takes many men to subdue a forest fire. I think this is important for, again, I don't know exactly how things are going to turn out. For those of you watching these videos, if you're some of the early people who are kind of joining and becoming aware of these sacred writings and the true gospels of Jesus here, that's the thing. It's for things to work out. I think that people need to join together, and I think that's part of how, again, despite the uncertainty revolving around the origins of the Kolbrin and the Kailedy, this is key where I think people really need to join together. That's the thing. Don't work too independently. Don't be selfish. We all need to work together and create a bit of a movement here. And that's the thing. I think that by combining our lights together, it'll create a situation where eventually the greater mass of people around the world will see, no, there's something about the Kolbrin and the Kailedy and stuff like that. I think that's kind of how things are meant to happen. So anyways, I just wanted to highlight that. And so then Jesus continues here where he says, be stout-hearted and resolute, for the struggle will be grim. The foe is wily and well entrenched behind thick walls. Those who have lived with poverty and misery, maintaining a cheerful heart in tribulation, will arise to glory. Those who are broken, serving the cause of God, will receive a mantle of splendor. Those whose proper desires remain unfulfilled on earth will find fulfillment in heaven. Those who have cheerfully borne affliction or deformity will radiate strength. And those who die for the cause of justice and peace will inherit life and glory. So that's the thing, again, for those of you who want to be part of this, again, I feel very awkward being the one who found and kind of pieced up what I like to say, piece the puzzle together, where I was like, what is this Kolbrin? What is the Kailedy? And I pieced it together. I'm like, oh, this is what this is. Oh, but what I want to point out here is that, yes, for those who will or are meant to help, with the cause and bringing this to fruition, what Jesus is saying here is that, for those of you who make sacrifices, even if you get injured or hurt along the way for the cause, have faith, and by working to establish the rule of God on earth, whatever happens to you here on earth, you will be compensated on the other side. So that's just something to keep in mind. It's a very worthy cause. If anything, probably the best opportunity you have available on earth today. What greater cause is there than helping to bring to fruition what Jesus, speaks about in terms of establishing the rule of God on earth. Okay, so next, Jesus continues his speech where, again, this is him up on a hill talking to a very large crowd of people. So Jesus describes those who are not welcomed to partake in his cause. So Jesus says, I reject those who oppose the rule of God. I herald a reborn world, even as I was heralded. But while such as these encumber the earth, it will not be reborn. I assure you of this, unless the world be reborn it cannot know the rule of God. The upheaval of the labor pains will be great, for though many will say, "Speed the day," with their lips, in their hearts they will be saying, "The cost is too great, spare the coming." By their fruits shall they be known, and by their deeds shall they be judged. I reject the rich who live with their riches, or those who live beyond the bounds of moderation, for they shall be humbled in outer darkness. Is it not written, "Those in houses of comfort, where they sit at ease listening to instruments of music and sleep on soft beds of ivory, shall not survive"? And by survive, it's talking about like survive life after death. I reject those who gorge themselves with refinements of food while others hunger, for they shall hunger in the kingdom of the Spirit. Is it not written, "They who serve God will be filled, but those who do not will want"? I reject those who scorn the way of wisdom, seeking vain pleasures which dull the spirit, for they shall be sorrowful in their proper place. Is it not written, "The spirits of those who serve God shall be joyful, but the spirits of those who reject him shall weep in sorrow and regret"? I reject the arrogant and selfish, and those mainly concerned with themselves, for they will be friendless in their place. Is it not written, "The things built of selfishness and false pride will be broken"? I reject the liars and deceivers, for their abode is a place of darkness. Is it not written, "The deceitful shall not know the presence of God"? I reject those who encourage ignorance, walking stiff-necked, their hearts an unopened book, for they shall not be enlightened. Is it not written, "Those who shower scorn on the words of others and close their eyes to righteousness shall not receive a righteous reward in their place"? I reject the fornicators and adulterers, and those who seek after lewd pleasures, for they shall go to a place of uncleanliness. Is it not written, "Only they who are clean can come into the presence of God"? I reject those who in any way cause needless suffering, for they shall go to a place of pain. Is it not written, "He who causes distress, though it be done in secret, yet he is seen and will repay"? And yeah, I underlined this one because I think this one is very much applies to today. Like it's just, even though humanity has progressed, where ultimately like we are living, our material conditions for the most part are way better than it was in more ancient times. Life was definitely incredibly difficult for humans in ancient times, but at the same time, like today there is just so much needless suffering. Like just there are parents who are skipping meals and going hungry because they're having trouble with affording food for their children. And there's just like, that's the thing. It's, even though it would be hypocritical to point to the fact that, oh well, today like someone who's still poor is living in a more comfortable position than people like 2000 years ago. Like that is absolute hypocrisy. It's just, we're meant to, humanity's meant to grow, and our material conditions too. But anyways, again, it's just, I just want to point out, like, it's just the amount of needless suffering that's going on because of the greedy, who are like especially the billionaire class and things like that. Like it's just, like it says, they shall go to a place of pain. Is it not written, "He who causes distress, though it be done in secret, yet he is seen and will repay"? People who are living in wealth today really need to take heed of this, like especially those who are like the executives at companies and things like that. Like it's just all the things that are done by these people for the sake of, for the corporations and for the wealthy, or politicians who are, focusing more on lobbyists, or people the rich who are, contributing to their campaign finances and stuff like that. Like, oh my gosh, you should really they should all take a step back and recognize, think of all the needless suffering that was caused, all because of their greed. And instead of focusing on the wealthy, they should have been focusing on the poor and disinherited and stuff like that. Like Jesus said, for they shall go to a place of pain. So, hey, you reap what you sow. So Jesus continues here. I reject the hypocrites and self-deceivers, for their loathsomeness will be properly purged. Is it not written, words not written in the heart should never issue from the mouth? Woe to all who hear my words, but twist their meaning to suit their convenience. If a man says he is with me, but does not abide by my teachings, then he is a hypocrite. If he says, but I live in circumstances where this does not apply, he is a liar. Far better that such as these say, we are against you, for until they do, the world will not be reborn. Okay, so in the next part of his speech, Jesus assures the people to trust in him and his teachings. And we'll see that Jesus does warn that it is a difficult path to follow. However, he notes that overall life on earth is meant to be hard and sometimes dangerous. And we'll see that Jesus also adds to Moses' laws against killing people, where Jesus warns us that it is harmful to our soul when we express unjustified anger towards others. So here Jesus says, I bring light to the thrashing floor of life, where suffering and misfortune are the flails, tribulation and distress the winnowing fan, and the wisdom of God the winnowing shovel. Here the wheat is separated from the husks, the chaff is thrown out, and the good grains gathered up. I come to build a new temple, and if you say, these are good teachings, and take them to your heart, but tomorrow revile your neighbors and deceive your kinfolk, you are an unstable brick. If the temple be built with such material, surely it will collapse, and those within will perish. Is it not better if it were never built? If you say, but I am weak, then examine your defects and take the first step to stability. But examination is a waste of time unless leading to rectification. I call you to serve no mean cause, but to stand beside me and claim your inheritance. Those who dispute the claim are the ones I reject, and you must set your faces against them, even as I do. Come and inherit the incorruptible glory which is in heaven, even as flesh is on earth. The way is narrow and difficult, for no one who has not been tempted and tried can attain his reward. He that is near me is close to a blazing fire and may get burned, but he who withdraws from the heat withdraws from heaven. Some have said, the yoke of the law sits heavily on our shoulders, but I tell you, I come not to lighten, but to increase the burden. Moses brought the law, which says not to kill, but I say, any who releases anger on his brother without just cause shall not escape judgment. So in the next passages, Jesus speaks of and adds to laws concerning adultery and marriage. And we'll see how Jesus also teaches how we should love everyone, including those who may seem as though they are our enemy. So here Jesus says, the law you have condemns adultery, but I tell you that if any man looks upon a woman with fornication in mind, he is no less guilty. For it is what a man thinks that will lead him to glory or decay. He who is pure in love does not defile his heart by looking at another woman with fornication in view. The law you have says, no man shall put his wife aside unless he give her a bill of divorcement. But I tell you that whosoever seeks to put his wife aside, except for adultery, or she is found unchaste, places her on the path of adultery, and is therefore not guiltless. What God has blended in spirit, let no man seek to sever. But those joined in body and not in spirit are not sanctified. The law you have says, You shall not swear falsely or break an oath, though if you vow something to the service of God, the pledge must be kept. I tell you never to swear any oath, but confine yourself to a straightforward yes or no. It is needless to say more, for the word of a godly man is more binding than the most solemn oath sworn by another. If you are not a godly man, then doubtless your word and oath would be worthless anyway. If your eye gives cause for complaint, leading you towards lewdness or obscenity, pluck it out. It is of greater advantage to suffer disfigurement on earth than to be cast into the depths to suffer it there. If your right hand give cause for complaint, cut it off. For if your body be maimed on earth, you bear with it a little time, but surely do nothing to prevent it remaining intact in the place of glory. So, I don't think that we today are meant to take this like literally, like, people shouldn't say like, oh, Jesus is telling me to pluck my eye out, or, if your right hand give cause for complaint, cut it off. What I think Jesus means by this is that, like, it's just, the ultimate goal in life, like, life on earth, like, we're just, as eternal souls, our life on earth in our, in this lifetime, in this human body, like, it's just, don't let your lack of resolution or falling to temptation, like, those who fail the tests on earth, you'll die, like, you'll go to the dark side of heaven, and then you'll cease to exist, versus, we're eternal souls. We're meant to keep living after death, either through reincarnation, where it's like, okay, well, if we're not quite ready for life in the light side of heaven, we'll be given another opportunity to learn and grow some more. But if we live an evil life on earth, and if we keep falling to temptation, then that's it. Like, our soul's going to die. Like, you're going to go to the dark side of heaven, and afterwards, like, we'll talk more about that in the later videos. But so I just want to point out, like, I don't want people to take this as a literal thing and like, oh, I'll cut my hand off. That's what Jesus says. It's just, he's making a point, like, there's nothing about our human body, there's nothing about our human life in this lifetime that's worth scarring our soul, because ultimately that's our greatest possession. It's our soul. So it's just like, so that's the thing. I think it's just meant to be more of a, like, for the sake of argument, like, whatever it is about your earthly life, it's not worth scarring your soul and damning yourself, because, eventually we're going to die and we're going to undergo judgment. So it's really worth focusing on that. So Jesus continues here where he says, the law you have says, love your neighbors and hate your enemies. But I tell you to love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who deceive or persecute you. For if you only give love for love, this cannot be claimed as a meritorious thing, when even criminals return the love of those who love them. If you only repay good with good, dealing fairly only with those who treat you likewise, how can merit be claimed for this, which is no more than criminals do? It is the same if you give only to those who give to you, for criminals give to their own kind. Can you stand by and let it be said that criminals treat each other better than do godly men? Love your enemies, but not their faults. Love those who hate you, but concede nothing to their wickedness. Give without expectation of return. Then only can you lay claim to goodness and be called a servant of God. So, I think this is a big part in terms of like what we know today, where like in the New Testament Gospels, we know that Jesus says to, treat everyone as your neighbor. And this is essentially saying, like, everyone, even those who hate you, those who you may consider as your enemy. Now, that's saying there is some nuance here where, like, Jesus says, love your enemies, but not their faults. Love those who hate you, but concede nothing to their wickedness. And it's just, that's the thing. Like, if you, I think there's a lot of people today, and even those who are like Christians or Catholics, who will, they'll think that they're living how Jesus says in terms of, live in peace with your neighbors, where I guess what I'm trying to say is like, for those who consider their neighbors like only those who are part of their community, only those who are also good towards them. What Jesus is saying here is that when he talks about your neighbors and being nice to your neighbors, neighbors is every single human being. And especially today, like, the world, even though there's 8 billion human beings alive on earth today, every single one of them is our neighbor. And that's the thing. It's like, unfortunately, people think that, oh, if you're nice to those of your own community or nice to those of your own nation, but then not towards others, you think, oh, I'm a good neighbor. I'm all part of this neighborly living. But you have to also consider like every single human being, even those who, might not be the best individuals. Like that's really what we're called upon to do. And that's what Jesus is pointing out here. Okay, so in the next passages, Jesus states that he has not come to completely change the cultural wisdom of the people's ancestors. So instead, he seeks to add to them and to help clarify the wisdom of the old traditions by removing, the misguided teachings that serve no purpose. So, again, this is kind of like turning the water into wine sort of thing. So here Jesus says, I have not come to abolish the law or to change the teachings of the prophets, but to complete them, adding any necessary clarification and interpreting them to the understanding of men. But the time has come to ask, when will they be put into practice? When will men bring God out of the temple and make him a participant in their daily lives? When will men carry these things in their hearts and stop paying them lip service? I say with certainty, so long as earth and the heavens above it remain, not even the smallest particle shall be deducted from the law until the purpose it serves has been completed. Therefore, if anyone try to avoid even the least obligation imposed by the law, or to set aside the slightest of its restrictions, or teach others to do the same, he will be an insignificant thing in the life to come. But whoever lives by them, leading others to do likewise, will achieve the greatest heights of glory. Do all charitable acts privately, not displaying your righteousness to catch the eyes of others, for by so doing you void their benefit. Only those seeking public acclaim and hypocrites do these things ostentatiously. Never seek publicity for your deeds or goodness, nor let it be forced on you. I assure you that those who do these things have their reward on earth, and nothing awaits them elsewhere. When setting out on an errand of goodness, keep your right hand in ignorance of the left hand's deeds. Do your good deeds in secret, knowing they are not overlooked and will be duly rewarded. But do them without thought or reward, or they will lose their merit. So there's in other passages in the Kailedy, but also in Jesus's personal books that we'll be reading in later videos. One term that he often uses is there will always be a proper accounting. And I think that really helps to understand because, like Jesus is saying here, where if you do acts of goodness, but you do it out like very publicly and you look to garner a lot of like praise from the people, well, then you've received your reward on earth. And so you're not going to receive any reward for those good deeds in heaven because you've already received your reward where, people look up to you and they treat you well and things like that. So that's why he says, do all charitable acts privately, because if you do good deeds and don't seek any like recognition here on earth, that's where, with how Jesus says there will always be a proper accounting. If you don't receive your reward here on earth, well, then you're going to receive a reward on the other side. So it's something that Jesus talks a lot about. So Jesus continues here where he says, do not be like the hypocrites who pray in the sight of everyone. They are being rewarded now. Pray in solitude, for your Father can be contacted from anywhere and is everywhere. Never use needless repetition or ramble on in the mistaken belief that the more you say, the more likely you are to be heard. Do not be a mere babbler of words, for prayer is not formed by words alone. Remember, your every need is known, so whatever is withheld may be for your own good. Prayer is contact between spirit and should seek only to reinforce the strength of the spirit. So here the spirit with the lowercase s is like, your spirit, and then with the uppercase s is God. And that's the thing, like it's we'll talk more about it later, I think, too, but it's just like I said, I've grown up going to church, like a Roman Catholic church, and that's the thing, a lot of time mass, it's like you're always repeating the same prayers and things like that, and that's the thing, it really, if you're just repeating things, it just becomes, you become a babbler of words, like Jesus is saying here. But actually here next, Jesus actually offers a pattern for prayer, which, it seems to have influenced what we know today as the Lord's Prayer. So he says, "This is a pattern for prayer. Our Father in spirit, may your nature become known among men and your rule established on earth, according to the heavenly plan. May your design be completed. Give us the sustenance we need, and overlook our transgressions as we overlook the transgressions of others. Do not test us too severely, and strengthen us against the servants of evil." So here, like, we're not meant to, it's a pattern of prayer. It's not like we shouldn't just be saying these exact words over and over again, but that's the thing. It's like, it's focus on the meaning of these and things like that. Okay, so in the next part of Jesus' speech, he teaches about the importance of taking care of our souls. So as we'll read in the passages, Jesus also reassures the people that God's creation is perfect, so they should become less fearful and instead trust that God has provided humanity with all that we need. And we should also trust that the various circumstances that we encounter in our lives, especially the unpleasant ones, are ultimately best for our spiritual development. So Jesus says, "If you overlook the failings of others and forgive people for the wrongs they have done to you, then the burden of your own will be alleviated. Also, when you fast or undertake an obligation, do not be like the hypocrites who lengthen their faces, going about it self-righteously, bringing themselves to the attention of others. Hoard no earthly treasures which can be destroyed by moths and decay, or may be stolen by thieves. It is far better to establish a storehouse in the spirit land, and there you can accumulate treasures beyond the reach of these things. A man's heart is never far from the place where he establishes his credit." Providing you view everything optimistically, maintaining a cheerful and confident outlook, you will radiate assurance. If you do not, you will shed despondency and gloom wherever you go. No man has ever succeeded in serving two masters, for his loyalties must lie with one or the other. Neither can a man have two prime objectives. He must aim for an earthly goal or a spiritual one. I advise you not to worry unduly about the future needs of the body, how it will be nourished and clothed. There is more to life than eating and comfort, while overdone pleasures soon palls. Keep this one fact constantly in mind. The soul is of more importance than the body. So I underlined here, like, this is just a good, simple way to kind of really stay focused is, your soul is more important than the body. And Jesus continues here. Think about the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap or gather in a harvest. Yet provision has been made for their needs. Do you think any less consideration has been given to your welfare? Trust in the powers above, and when things go wrong, try to understand the reason. When you are being tried by tribulation, try and see the objective of the test. Is there anyone among you who, by thought alone, can add an arm's length to his height? Worry is a useless activity of the mind, so why worry about food and clothing? Look how the wildflowers grow in the meadows. Do they not toil or spin? Yet Solomon, in full regalia, was not attired so attractively as one of these. If such beauty is bestowed on wildflowers, which can display it for only a few days before being consumed, shall God not give much more attention to you, his children? Or have you no faith in anything? Therefore, worry less about material things and concentrate more on the spiritual, making the cause of God your main concern. Do this, and all other things will come within your reach. Do not worry about tomorrow, for it will look after itself. Each day will bring you sufficient problems without the need to worry about those of other days. There is no reason why hypocrisy, the disease of the day, should come so naturally to men. But which of you is not contaminated by it? How many of you are self-deceivers, making excuses for these things? How is it you can readily detect the small faults in others, while being absolutely blind to your own much greater ones? How can you say to another, "Let me help you see more clearly," when you are practically blind yourself? You hypocrites and self-deceivers, first examine your own faults and failings before criticizing those of others. So I underlined that part. Like like we know, it's like Jesus says here, it's something that I think we kind of know today, where it's like it's easier to see faults in other people than to like see our own faults. But yeah, that's the thing. I think that's one of the traps where some people who practice certain religions today see themselves as being like, some sort of authority. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, well, I do the religious things, and they'll criticize others. And it's like, oh man, there's a lot of people who are blind, as Jesus is saying here, and they don't recognize just their own faults, and they should focus on their own faults instead of trying to point it out in other people. So Jesus continues here. Never be afraid to voice your needs. And if you have a friend, turn to him whenever you require help, for this is the nature of friendship. Ask, and you will receive. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be opened. These things are the law of life, for at the end it will be said to you, as you sought, so have you found, and according to the manner of asking, you received. It is not what you seek, but how you seek. Not what you request, but the manner of requesting. Is there any man among you who, if his son asks for bread, will give him a stone? Or a snake if he asks for a fish? If, then, you, with all your mortal faults and ignorance, know how to give the right things to your children, how much more able is God to give what is right for his? The things you surely do not need are comfort and content, while assurance and security open the gates to spiritual apathy. Enter by the narrow, unpretentious gate, for the road leading to the dark abyss has a wide road and attractive entrance, while the gate leading to immortality is austere and the road fraught with difficulties. So next, Jesus cautions people against listening to false prophets, where he says, "Beware of false prophets and those who would mislead you, for many seeking to promote their own ends walk the ways of righteousness, clothed in sheepskins, but are hypocrites, being ravening wolves within. Those who indicate an easy path are false guides, and those who say another can absolve them from the effects of their misdeeds expound an error. You will know them by the effects of their teachings, just as a good tree is recognized through the fruit it bears. Can the wild thorn produce grapes, or are figs found growing on thistles? If a tree fail to produce good fruit, it is cut down and burned, for it can serve no better purpose. Therefore, I say, judge men by the fruits of their labors. So next, Jesus warns people that they must put his teachings into practice. And that's just, I've mentioned a few times, it's a very important lesson here. So Jesus says, some hail me as their leader, thinking this will help them in the life to come, but it will not. Only those who wholeheartedly serve the cause and purpose of God will enjoy this in full glory. Many who do things in my name will expect me to intercede for them, but to these I will say, I did not know you or authorize the statements you made. By your deeds shall you be judged. This does not apply to those who, hearing my words, put them into practice, for they are like the sensible man who built his house on a foundation of rock. The rain poured down and the floods rose. The wind howled above and beat against the house, but it did not collapse because it was set firmly. But there will be many who, hearing these words of mine, will ignore them. And these may be likened to a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain poured down, the floods rose, the wind howled and beat against the walls, and the whole house collapsed. I herald the coming of the rule of God in a reborn world. I accept those who follow my way, and I will lead them into their kingdom. I reject all those who are against my way. I call upon men of good will to follow us, men who wholeheartedly desire the light and oppose the way of darkness. But the road may be long and beset by many foes. Yet have no fear of those who come with swords and fiery words. Their danger is apparent. Those who will be our undoing are the hypocrites and self-deceivers who pay lip service only and manipulate the words of the law to accord with their convenience. I tell you this, many will come, but few will be selected. Moses viewed the promised land only from Pisgah. Let this not be your fate. Face the difficulties ahead, overcome the evildoers who maintain the rule of evil, and claim your reward. The sword is drawn, but the battle has yet to be won. In the reborn world, the wolf shall lay down with the lamb, and the lion with the kid, and a little child shall play with them. Surely, because of their goodness and goodwill, even the wild beasts will submit themselves to the will of those who participate in the rule of God. So once finished, we see that the people went silent as they were amazed by Jesus' presence while preaching, and many began believing that Jesus was the messianic chosen one. However, as we'll read here, Jesus was sad since he knew many of the people who heard him would not change their ways. When Jesus finished speaking, the great assembly of people was silent, for, unlike other teachers, he appeared inspired by divine authority. But within moments, they were excitedly discussing the words among themselves. Then a disciple who stood beside Jesus shouted, "All who serve God praise him, for he has sent a true enlightener and a deliverer, and will himself reign over us through the Spirit which fills his Son. Heed these things, follow the way of Jesus, take up the cross of life, and the rule of God is at hand." There were many among the crowd who said, "Surely this is God's anointed for whom we have long awaited. Now we will be delivered according to the promises of the prophets." Hearing the things said by the people among themselves, Jesus was saddened and said to Bartholomew, who stood near him. So this is Jesus speaking here. He says, "Tomorrow they will revert to their old way of life and permit evil to reign through hypocrites and self-deceivers. How can they be brought to understand that should God intervene to bring about the rule of God, earth and mankind will have failed him and be unworthy of his rule? Life's purpose is to produce shepherds, not sheep. but the lives of the people are turned inwards upon themselves. So this chapter ends with describing what is meant by Jesus feeding the mass of people with fish, or meat in this case, and bread. Because you know how there's that one of Jesus' kind of more well-known miracles is the feeding of the 5,000, where he supposedly multiplied fish and bread. But here, this is the version in the Kailedy. So it says, "It was now late in the day, but many people still lingered. And the disciples said to Jesus, 'Sire, the crowd was very large, and many did not hear all your words. Could you not speak to these? For, though hungry, they would rather listen to you.' And then Jesus said, 'My throat aches, but I have bread more satisfying than that which fills the stomach, and meat more satisfying than worldly meat. My supply is inexhaustible. I have multiplied this through you. So now you go among the people and provide what they need.'" So like we've discussed earlier in this video, that was one of the big difficulties of the people at the time, is that to separate like worldly matters, the material and spiritual. And, again, Jesus makes a lot of references to bread and wine being like the spiritual nourishment, right? So essentially, what happened was that, like, again, this is Jesus was up on a hill. There was a huge crowd. But what it's explaining here is that Jesus had started his speech, but some people were still coming, or some people may have been too far and didn't hear Jesus. So like here it says, "Many did not hear all your words. Could you not speak to these? For though hungry, they would rather listen to you." But keeping in mind, like, Jesus was a human being and there's like no microphones or anything. So he must have been like speaking very loudly. And at the end, his voice was kind of shot, right? Like he just couldn't really speak anymore. So what he's saying here is like, my supply is inexhaustible. I have multiplied this through you. So now you go among the people and provide what they need. So what's meant by the miracle of multiplying the fish and the bread is that Jesus is saying like, hey, for those of you who have heard my words, go repeat them to the other people. So that's the miracle, right? Like it's the words, like it's, hey, you've heard Jesus, go spread the wisdom, go repeat what you heard. And then those people can do the same. And that's the miracle of it. Like that's the food being multiplied for the people, right? So it's, and that's the thing, I think for us today, like reading this, like to me, this is one of those examples where it really makes the point of like I know it's very controversial. I know a lot of people aren't going to like it, but it's just, there's a lot of issues with the New Testament, but unfortunately, it's kind of taken a life of its own where people are like, oh, it's the Bible, you blasphemy, how dare you say bad things about the Bible? But that's what this moment's meant to be. Like, it's as fate would have it, like it's no one's fault today. Like it's just, we were all born into a world where the Bible is what we had, right? But now today, as fate would have it, it seems like the truth is available for us to read and to learn from. So this is the end of the chapter, and I just want to make a note here that like passages from this chapter describing what Jesus preached to the crowd, as well as all passages in the Kailedy and the Kolbrin, it provides a lot of spiritual nourishment. So they are worth studying diligently, and their teachings and wisdom should be put into practice in our daily lives. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 14 of the Kailedy. So this chapter begins with Jesus being among 60 disciples, although many were doubting Jesus and some believed that other preachers may instead be the prophesied enlightener and or deliverer. Because like in these passages, it seems like sometimes people saw these two, like the enlightener and the deliverer, as potentially two different people or potentially the same person. It just goes to show what the people believed at the time. But yeah, so as we'll see, many of the 60 disciples left, but Peter remained, and he appears to have been one of the leaders among Jesus' disciples. So it reads here, "Some days later, Jesus was in another place with about 60 disciples, one of whom said to him, 'There is Joshua the faster, who claims to be the chosen one of God, and Joseph, who proclaims deliverance by the sword, while many say the enlightener and deliverer are two men. The gale of words makes it difficult to get a bearing on the harbor entrance. Jesus said, "Things are changing, and many alive today will live to see a different world. I come to set men free by removing the shackles of ignorance and to deliver them from evil and from themselves." Hearing this, many of the disciples left, and Jesus said to those who remained beside him, "Do you also wish to go your way?" Peter answered for all, "Sire, your teachings excel those of others, for they carry the hope of eternal life. We believe you to be the chosen messenger of God who speaks with his voice. We accept what you say because it responds to the yearnings of our hearts." And then Jesus said, "We all make mistakes, and though I have chosen unwisely with others, I have not been mistaken with you." So this is Jesus talking to Peter. So next we see that Jesus took a break from preaching to people and instead focused on teaching the 12 disciples who remained. So these are the 12 apostles who are spoken of in the New Testament Gospels. So the passages read here. Jesus did not proclaim himself to the people according to their understanding and devoted much time to the teaching of disciples. This concerned mainly the coming rule of God, but to the 12 he taught many hidden things, for there was knowledge suitable only for a few. He said to them, "You are among those entitled to know secrets concerning the rule of God, but to those who are not numbered among the elect, everything should be explained simply and in parables. It is truly written in the sacred books, 'They may see with the eyes and be deceived, and hear without understanding. But if they would only turn to God, their ignorance would be wiped away.'" Then Jesus appointed the 12 as envoys to go out among the people and proclaim the things he had said. The 12 were Simon, renamed Peter, James and John, sons of the Tempest, Andrew Saronides, Philip Bardrush, Bartholomew the stranger, Matthew the Levite, Thomas, son of Jonas, Thaddeus, called Labois before he came, James, son of Alphaeus, Judas of Iscariot, and Simon of Cana the Zealot. Jesus sent them out with these instructions. Avoid Samaritan towns. Keep away from places where the people are being stirred up for strife, but go to the Jews wherever they are to be found. When entering a dwelling, give the greeting, "Peace be on this house." This it's like here for the names of the disciples. I guess I'm not sure. Like some of these might be like new information in terms of like Thomas, son of Jonas. Like I forget if in the New Testament if it goes into these details for these apostles. But one thing I want to point out here is that where Jesus says like avoid Samaritan towns, but then also things like but go to the Jews wherever they are to be found. Like I don't think this is necessarily meant to be a reflection of like who's worthy and who's not worthy. It's just I think it has more to do with Jesus understanding like who are the people who are more likely to understand the teaching. So because Jesus knew that like his wisdom that he was teaching had similarities to Moses, I think that's kind of what the intent was, that it was more of a practical thing, right? Like in the end, like Jesus' message is meant for everyone, but for practical reasons, it was probably more beneficial for the apostles to go teach, Jewish people, and maybe for whatever reason, the Samaritans, just the way they were living and their culture and their beliefs, things wouldn't have worked out well. So here it continues where this is again Jesus still talking to his disciples, where he says, "I know that you are being sent like sheep delivered to the wolves, for you do not bear the message expected by the people. So be careful, always alert, cunning as serpents and harmless as doves. Beware of those who would bring you before their courts, and do not concern yourselves about what to say, for when it becomes necessary, you will receive inspiration from the Holy Spirit, and words will come." I can assure you of this: whoever stands by me, upholding my cause before men, him I will stand beside before the council of heaven. Give no heed to what is said about me. It is already forgiven. But slander against the powers of the Holy Spirit, which is the hand of God, is unforgivable. So in the next set of passages, Jesus explains to his disciples how they should spread his teachings. And there's also a passage indicating that Jesus may have had a way to channel the Holy Spirit to give spiritual strength to his disciples. So here the passages read, "One of the 12 said, 'We will meet other teachers whose words will not be the same as those spoken by you.' So then Jesus said, 'This will certainly be so. For to each man his own road and his own light. But truth is truth, whoever proclaims it, and must be obeyed. However, truth is something rarely seen clearly, and even many who see it have difficulty in describing it to others. Speak about the good and evil which are manifest in the lives of men, and tell them each shall be judged according to his works.'" Jesus said, "Men will always go astray, but those who lead them astray cannot shun responsibility. Remember what I have said about those who stand behind the wrongdoings and foolishness of others, hidden from sight and untouchable by men. It would be better for them to have a millstone hung about their necks and be thrown into the sea than to suffer what they will for leading innocents astray." So here's kind of a dire warning for false priests, where it's like, than to suffer what they will for leading innocents astray, like in terms of what they'll suffer in the sphere of heaven after death. So Jesus continues here, "Be on guard against undutiful inclinations and work in harmony one with another. If your companion offends you, rebuke him without anger, and if he indicates regret, forgive him wholeheartedly. Even though he offend you many times and is contrite, forgive him." Some of the 12 said, "These things are difficult to understand, and we have the natural failings of men. Give us courage and strengthen us in the cause." And then Jesus replied, "Have faith in what you do, for with faith you could move mountains or cause uprooted trees to replant themselves. All things are possible to those who believe them possible." So then, nevertheless, he strengthened them by a transfer of the Holy Spirit, so they had the power of healing. So this is a part where I find it a little bit interesting, where it's like, it seems a little bit strange maybe, but it's just maybe something to think about later when studying these texts. So then Jesus said, "Those who do not build with me are destroyers of my works, for those who pay lip service only are useful or useless tools. Never judge any man by the words of his mouth, and keep away from those who pour them out in a torrent. Have no dealings with those who do their good deeds in public, and shun those who push themselves forward for attention. A man whose problems are small will readily come to be eased of his burden, while he who carries a heavy load is often inconspicuous. What you do pays no earthly reward. Though the reward elsewhere may be great, it is useless claiming one here. If one of you had a man out plowing, would you say to him on his return, 'Come, sit down and rest'? Is it not more likely you would say, 'Go and clean yourself, get my meal ready, and after you have finished, go and eat yourself, then go to rest'? Is any employer grateful because those who work for him do the things for which he pays them? So it should be with you. Having carried out your orders and done your duty, you should simply say, 'We have only done the things we were supposed to do.' Many will seek to snare you in a net of words, but avoid the meshes spun by their wiles. Never talk about anything not thoroughly and honestly believed. The blind cannot lead the blind, and if they do, fall into a ditch. No man can walk confidently in darkness without a light. The eye is the lamp of the body, and if the lamp is defective, the whole body is in gloom. The Holy Spirit is the lamp of the soul, but if it remains unlit, it serves no purpose. Many will mock and scorn you, saying, "Fools, we have full stomachs and soft beds. We have everything for our comfort and needs. What have you?" There is little to be said in reply, for wise men do not mock, knowing that gems of wisdom often fall from the lips of fools. Take no heed of these, for they suffer from a spiritual defect, an ailment blinding them to their own deficiencies, while exaggerating the failings of others. Do not offer bright jewels to dogs, nor place a string of pearls around the neck of swines, or they will be trampled into the ground. The beasts will turn and rend you for not providing bones or husks. And yeah, so this part here too, like this is kind of one of those somewhat well-known passages from Jesus in the New Testament about, do not toss your pearls before pigs or swine. So, and actually, funny enough, we'll read in video 13 when we go through the Britain book and we read of Joseph of Arimathea. He also, in one of the passages, he makes a reference to this, don't cast your pearls before swine. Okay, so Jesus continues by trying to explain what he means by the rule of God to the 12 disciples. However, we'll see that Jesus acknowledges that it is difficult to explain what the rule of God entails based on the level of understanding of most humans. Nonetheless, Jesus provides an inspiring message to describe it. So Philip said to Jesus, "Sire, you caution us against anger, yet were you not angry when a man beat his ass with a rod?" And then Jesus said, "I warn you against anger among brothers, or anger relating to yourself. There is a righteous anger which is justified. In all things there are balances and limitations, and to know these you have the books of wisdom. If a man comes against you, threatening harm, he is more dangerous if he is calm and silent than if he is unsteady with anger. The silent, biting dog is more to be feared than the barking one. Therefore, is it not in your own interest that I teach you self-control?" Then Judas asked concerning the coming rule of God, and Jesus answered, "It is like this. A man scatters seed on the ground. Day follows day until the grain sprouts and grows. But what goes on in the ground to bring this about is beyond his knowledge. The soil produces the crop by which its own methods, nourishing the crop until it ripens. When the corn is ripe, at harvesting time, the man reaps and gathers in." Jesus then said, "To know the nature of the rule of God is important, but difficult for me to explain in your understanding. It is like the small seed which, once planted, shoots up into a great plant, providing shade for many forms of life. These are able to see and know both the seed and the plant, but have no knowledge how one became the other. Know that, though I am here with you, I am not apart from he who inspires me. That which is in me is not separate from the Spirit of the Father, and that Spirit is wholly in me. I express the likeness of the Father and contain his power and substance to the full measure. I am the Spirit outflowing from God, given voice and form. I am the voice and word of that Spirit. I am of that Spirit, but not that Spirit. I am the fulfillment of men's hopes and the fulfillment of the Father's wish. As I am, so is the Spirit. As I am, so shall all his children be, for I am the pattern for all men. I am emptied of worldliness in order to hold the Holy Spirit, and I am an answer to the Father's creative word." So we'll talk more about this later, because we'll understand this more after we read Jesus' personal books, especially the book of Lucius, which we'll be reading in video 16. Because there's a real nuance here. Like, it's just in the, for Christians, or especially for the Catholic Church, one of the core principles is that Jesus is God, essentially. It's kind of like God manifested on earth, but that's not quite true. Now there is a real nuance to it, where, like Jesus says, that which is in me is not separate from the Spirit of the Father, and that Spirit is wholly in me. But then, like he says, I am of that Spirit, but not that Spirit. That's the thing. It's just like all human beings have the capacity to become true children of God and to have inspiration from the Holy Spirit. It's just that it's so that's saying it's true. Like, I think Jesus understood he was a prophet like no other. He really contained the Holy Spirit, or the waters of the Holy Spirit, in a way probably unlike any other human being ever has, or at least maybe not since, like, the very first human being who had that first vision from God. But that's the thing, as underlined here, as I am, so shall all his children be, for I am the pattern for all men. So that's the thing. It's there's a real nuance to it where Jesus is not God. There's a very clear distinction between God, the Holy Spirit, and then humans. And Jesus understands that, like, and when you really look at the nuances, like, he really doesn't proclaim himself to be any different than any other human being. It's just that he recognizes that, almost like at the end here where he says, like, I am emptied of worldliness in order to hold the Holy Spirit, and I am an answer to the Father's creative word. It's just that essentially, like, Jesus lived in a way that we're meant to be, and because of that, he has become kind of the ultimate human being. But again, human being, not God, not the Holy Spirit. He contains it, but he's not God. He's not the Holy Spirit. So we'll talk more about that later, but it's just, there's a real nuance to it. So even though I have quite a few criticisms about the Catholic Church and things like that, it's we do need to recognize that, as we'll talk later, like, that's the thing. It's, the Catholic Church came to be because of what was taught by the apostles, including those like Peter. And from the way that Jesus was speaking, you can't necessarily fault them for that misunderstanding. So yeah, we'll talk more about that in later videos. And Jesus continues here saying, a pitcher half filled with water would hold less oil than an empty one. If wine is poured into a jar containing water, the wine is diluted. So when men say, what purpose does it serve to forego worldly pleasures? Tell these things to them. If they will not listen, then on their own heads be the illnesses and pains from which they will surely suffer. The 12 said, great is the hope you have given us, and great is the inspiration of your words. And then Jesus said, I do not do this of myself, for I have been filled with the power of the Holy Spirit, which is part of God. With this he created all things. I come that I may bring light to those who dwell in darkness, to bring to those who are on the brink of death a knowledge of life, and to bring consolation to those who suffer. I am the hope of those who despair, the helper of those who have no guide, the treasure of the poor, and the healer of the sick. I am the light of eternal life for all who die, and as I am, so must you be. Go, carry the good tidings without trepidation or fear, without respect for persons, calling all who listen to follow a path which is direct, narrow, and stern. Call them, whatever their circumstances, for each one will have something to contribute. So again, like I was saying, Jesus was born a human being in the same way as all of us. And that's the thing, we should be grateful that Jesus was a strange and curious child who learned how to become a vessel for the Holy Spirit to manifest through. And again, we'll read a lot more about this and when he was younger in the book of Lucius in video 16. So in the next passage, we see that despite having Jesus as a teacher, the disciples do have some bad traits and shortcomings. So Jesus reassures them that this is an intended part of the human experience, since learning how to rise above our shortcomings is how our souls mature and grow wiser. So here it says, Then John said, Sire, You have taught us many things and armed our wits. You have taught us how to act towards those who believe in your cause and those who do not. Yet, even among those who most conscientiously follow your way, even among those who should be brothers, is found jealousy, pettiness, envy, and selfishness. So Jesus said, "These things are the challenge of life, inseparable from the present rule of man. The test is your ability to change them. The corn will be gathered into the storehouse of the Spirit, and the chaff cast into the fires of transmutation." So then this next small passage illustrates that Jesus tried to teach the 12 disciples some of the more advanced inner circle teachings found within the Kolbrin, but they struggled with fully understanding them. So here it says, Jesus taught these things to the 12 in a manner different from his other teachings. There were many other things which may be told, but not all were heard with understanding. So next is the situation described in Matthew 16, 13 to 20, but also in passage 13 of the Gospel of Thomas, where Jesus hands over a key to Peter as a metaphor. So we see how Jesus acknowledges that Peter has his faults, but that he has a strong will and is a man of action. And so Jesus believed Peter had the potential to be a strong foundation to spread Jesus' teachings. So here it says, Peter said, "Let us partake of your strength so we can withstand whatever is sent to test us." And then Jesus said, "When the test comes, it is never as expected." He also said, "The man who says I may be wrong is always right. The man who says I am certainly right is always wrong. To avoid a fight is not cowardice, and to fight with the assurance of victory is not courage. Weak men often fight, and strong men often run. Motive is all that matters. To judge anyone by their actions is to judge unfairly." Then, while they were gathered about him, Jesus said, "Now, who do you think I am?" And then Simon Peter answered, "You are surely God's anointed." And then Jesus said, "You are rather rash, but as no mortal disclosure has been made to you, fortunate also. Since your name means a rock, and you live up to it, I will establish foundations for the city of my cause upon you, and neither death nor evil shall overthrow it. To you I give the keys of this city, and the kingdom to which it is the gateway shall welcome you as a prince. Inasmuch as I am the way, the truth, and the light, I bring you salvation from ignorance. I am the Savior of all who wander in darkness, but who, seeing my light, follow my lead." So one of the 12 said, "Sire, you are truly our salvation, our hope, and our life." And then Jesus said, "Many will flock to my cause, but few will be chosen to serve. Many will follow my way, but turn aside at the obstacles. For if any man believe but fail to put his beliefs into practice, it will be profitless to him. If anyone take one part of my teachings, shunning the sterner and more inconvenient, the rest will serve no purpose. For it is in the nature of men to accept the easy path and turn aside from the harder one. But there is something in each which tells him this is wrong. Everyone has a spark within which, fanned by the wind of dedication, will kindle the flame of glory." So this chapter ends with Jesus stating that his teachings are meant for the whole world. So here it says, "One of the 12 said, 'Shall we confine our mission to the Jews?' And then Jesus replied, 'Enlightenment is the inheritance of all men. Carry the message to all the 70 nations of the earth.' Another asked, 'Should we take it to the young and to the old as well? For the thoughts of the young change with every wind, while the old are like seasoned timber into which it is difficult to drive a nail.' And then Jesus said, 'Teach each according to his understanding and capacity.' And then Jesus then said, Always treat those you meet as you would have them treat you. Act towards others as you would have them act towards you. For this is the essence of the law. When Jesus had given these instructions to the envoys, they left. And Jesus went with 4 disciples to carry the message to other towns. So yeah, this is the end of the chapter, but I'll just read this again where, then Jesus said, always treat those as you meet as you would have them treat you. Act towards others as you would have them act towards you. For this is the essence of the law. That's saying, like I've said a few times, like the essence of the law is, be nice and considerate to your neighbors. And by neighbors, like Jesus says here, enlightenment is the inheritance of all men. Carry the message to all the 70 nations of the earth. Like, again, every human being on earth is our neighbor. And that's the essence of the law, that we should treat others as we would like to be treated. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 15 of the Kailedy. So this chapter begins with Jesus staying with some relatives. And as we'll read, there was a large crowd that gathered, including important men from Jerusalem, and this troubled those of the household. However, we see that these supposed important men from Jerusalem were misguided, since, as we'll read in the passages, like we know that Jesus was a truthful and enlightened prophet like no other, and he was in no way evil, which these supposed important men claim Jesus was. So we'll read it here. It says, Jesus came to a place where he had kinsmen and stayed with him. But on the second day, a large crowd gathered outside, so it was impossible to remain at peace. These kinfolk were quiet people whose lives followed a tranquil course, for they conformed to the pattern of life imposed upon them. Hearing the clamor of the crowd, they became agitated and said, "Surely Jesus must be out of his mind, and we should put restraint upon him, otherwise we will be ridiculed." Just then, some important men from Jerusalem spoke to them, and they said among themselves, "This thing is now beyond our control, but surely we shall never live normal lives again." The men from Jerusalem said to some people standing outside the doorway, "Go away, this man is possessed by the king of evil spirits, and calls on him for help when casting out his subjects." Hearing this, Jesus called to the men from Jerusalem, asking them to come outside to where he was. He then asked them, "Can evil cast out evil?" And then they said, "On this point we have no clear guidance." And then Jesus said, "Surely if a kingdom is divided against itself, it must collapse. Likewise, a household split internally soon falls apart. If evil powers counteract each other, are they not like men in an army who fall upon each other with swords, thereby rendering the army ineffective? Set evil in action against evil, and nothing except good can result." So in the next set of passages, we read how Jesus leaves the house to go speak to the people at a temple. As we'll see, Jesus knew the people were misguided, and so he knew it was his duty as a prophet to teach the people the right way. So he begins by speaking against self-seeking hypocrites. So it reads here, Jesus then went into the house and told those inside he was going to the temple in that place. And one said, "The clothes you wear are travel-stained. Will you enter the house of God in these?" And then Jesus replied, "When guests call upon a nobleman into his house, they must be fittingly attired. But when workmen call to make repairs, they enter in the clothes of their trade." So Jesus spoke to the people in the temple, saying, "The Perushim occupy the seats of the prophets and should therefore be obeyed. In general, they live good lives, and you would do well to follow their example. But with many, the goodness is only on the outside, and they are rotten within. Therefore, by exposing these, I serve those who are really good. I tell you to beware of hypocrites, self-deceivers, and liars, and to be constantly on guard against those who, in the name of righteousness, would mislead you. When inspired to become the voice of God, the prophets spoke of these. For he said, They praise me with their mouth and give homage with their lips, but I am not in their hearts. They worship only because this has been their upbringing. Such as these do not worship God because they are good, but for the sake of reward and through fear of the unknown. These are people against whom I have set my face, for their goodness is fair outside, but rotten at the core. So like I underlined here, that's one thing to keep in mind is, for those who like attend church or worship, religions and things like that, like you got to be careful because, if people are praying or going to church or at a temple for the sake of reward and through fear of the unknown, then it's not genuine worship. And, there's a little bit of hypocrisy there. So Jesus continues here. There are others who dig in the darkness, hoping their thoughts are unknown. They delve around in the filth within themselves and say, "This is pleasant, and none sees what we do." But the record of their thoughts is never lost. Yet these, concealing what lies within, set themselves up as leaders of the people who, finding their troubles multiplied, look vainly for the cause. Yet, the people only get the leaders they deserve, for those who will only serve goodness cannot be misled by evil. There are misguiders who lead the people along devious paths, which can never end in contentment. They produce doves' eggs to the people, but when hatched in secret, these produce vipers. They fawn upon the rich and notorious, a smile on their faces and a dagger in their hearts. But to the underprivileged, they turn a face of harshness. The hypocrites, the self-deceivers, and the self-centered are the minions of evil on earth, and are the true enemy opposing the coming of the rule of God. Let them maintain the upper hand, and you will never know the joys of a reborn world. Turn your backs on these wherever you find them, so your contempt is made manifest. But remember, they will be found in the most unexpected places. Beware of the self-seekers whose path is over the bodies of those they drag down. If you associate with them, you may become a cobblestone for their feet. Avoid the tangled thickets of money dealing, lest the spiders therein lure you into their webs and suck you dry. The self-seekers are blind to the obligations of life, supposing these to be a profitless burden. But I tell you that anyone who shoulders them courageously and cheerfully will be duly rewarded. So the next passage is Jesus teaches how we should live our lives in order to discover and awaken our slumbering soul. So Jesus says, "The cross of life is not easy to bear, for it chafes and weighs down heavily. But unless a man sacrifice himself upon it, he shall not rise to glory. Do not seek directions for an easy path, for this is not difficult to find, though it has no destination. Follow the harder one. The directions are given in the holy books, and at the end you will find sunlit meadows and a region of liveliness. I say to you, come, take up my cross and bear it manfully, and I will not leave you unsupported. I teach the strengthening of the Spirit in men through purification, repentance, and good deeds. The trials of life are many and take numerous forms, some being easily understood for what they are, but others, coming in the guise of gifts, are not so readily detected. This is what the prophet said about those who failed to rise above the test of life. Their cuttings will not take root. The winds of God will blow upon them, and they will wither, to be borne away by the whirlwind. A coward lies to those who trust him, for he fears the anger of others. A liar is also a coward, for he follows a path better men would scorn. I have come to winnow the grain from the chaff, and those who follow me, bearing the burden of my cross, must not be half-hearted in the cause. I separate the sheep from the goats, accepting one and rejecting the other. And a sheep does not mate with a goat. I accept the truthful man. He is peaceful within himself, for whatever is sown in truthfulness will be reaped in content. I have not come to point out the place where a treasure trove is hidden, but to tell of its existence. The search remains with you. Nevertheless, I give directions, which, if followed, cannot fail to uncover it. For is it not written, if you desire knowledge as men desire gold, and seek truth with the diligence men display when seeking treasure, you will not be denied knowledge of God? Lay up your treasures in the storehouse of eternity, and enjoy them forever. Hoarded silver can buy only pleasure which quickly palls, or things which endure a little while before falling apart or decaying. Only the treasures laid up in heaven will ensure everlasting glory. Keep these things always in mind, for if my words have fallen on barren ground, they are wasted. Spread out your roots in the sustaining soil of the new light I bring you. And when the plant of faith grows, do not let it be smothered by worldly weeds. Maintain cheerfulness in your heart, and its reflection will lighten your countenance. And, smiling, you will be welcome wherever you go. Go your ways, but beware of those who speak fairly, but hold deceit in their hearts. Beware of hypocrites and deceivers. It is no sin to be blind, but to disguise the blindness and say, "We see, follow us," is one of the greatest evils. This is the end of the chapter. But again, like this is, you see that, Jesus, as we read in previous chapters too, he really criticizes those who could be considered false prophets where, like he says, it's no sin to be blind in terms of like ignorance or just not knowing the truth, but to disguise the blindness and say, "We see, follow us," is one of the greatest evils. So that's the thing. It's like, you really got to be careful when you take it upon yourself to teach people how they should live, especially when it comes to like following the religious laws, because it's like, you got to be sure that you're not yourself spiritually blind, because again, a lot of people are hypocrites or self-deceivers who might be doing it for self-centered reasons. So I just have a note here. So overall from this chapter, we see that Jesus acknowledges that the road he challenges us to follow is like bearing a cross, which is not easy. However, we must follow this road if we want to prepare our soul to rise to glory by ascending into our spiritual body in the light side of heaven after death on earth. Now, one thing is, I'll just go back a few pages here. So, how Jesus says here, I have not come to point out the place where a treasure trove is hidden, but to tell you of its existence. The search remains with you. We'll just go back here. So it should also be noted that, while we all seek the same treasure, everyone's destined path is different. So the way I like to see it is, it's almost as though we all start in a different location in an elaborate maze filled with obstacles, and we each have personal encumbrances that affect us on our journey. So part of the challenge is to discover what path we should take when many options are available, and we would be wise to apply Jesus' teachings to properly navigate ourselves. And this makes me think about a passage from the book of Sons of Fire where it says, "Brothers in belief, there are two roads through life, the road of good and the road of evil. They are not clearly defined roads and often run side by side and sometimes cross each other. Those who travel without a guide or in darkness often mistake one road for the other." So that's the thing, is the more you learn from Jesus, the more you see the light, and then seeing that light, it kind of helps you to understand what road you should take. Okay, so next we're going to read through chapter 16 of the Kailedy. So this chapter begins with Jesus and his 12 disciples gathering after some time apart. Since like we read before, the disciples travel to different villages to spread Jesus' teachings. But now in these passages, we also see the situation which is described in Matthew 14, 22 to 33, where Jesus is said to have walked on water. So the passages read here. After being away some time, the 12 envoys rejoined Jesus and gave their reports. And when they had finished, he said, "You have done well. Let us go away to a secluded place where we can be alone." So then Andrew said, "Spare me time to visit my women folk, so I can be assured they do not lack food or suffer." Then Jesus said, "God will provide for those who serve him faithfully, but men are not always suitable tools in his hand. Go and do whatever has to be done." The rest set out in a boat, but when they reached their destination, a crowd had already assembled. Jesus spoke to the people, teaching in parables, and when at length he wearied, dismissed them and went to sit alone on a small hill. Meanwhile, the disciples had put to sea in a boat, and, as darkness fell, tried to row back, but the wind was against them. Jesus, therefore, waded out to them in the darkness. Then, the wind being in their faces, they quickly crossed the sea to a village where many sick and lunatics were brought to be healed. So the term waded is like walking in the water. So that's the thing, like what the situation here is, and we've gone through this in an earlier video, but essentially, like it says, the disciples were out on a boat. It was nighttime. They were trying to go to the shore to pick up Jesus, but it was very windy. And for those of you who've been on boats and things like that, like you understand, it could be quite dangerous, with the waves and especially they didn't have any motors or anything like that. So essentially what happened was, as they were struggling to get to the shore, Jesus would have noticed, and he, walked through the water and then hopped on the boat. So like he didn't walk on the water, he walked in the water. But what made it quite surprising for the disciples on the boat is that it was under dangerous conditions and at night. So, putting yourself in the situation in ancient times where people didn't know how to swim for the most part, it would have been seen as like incredibly dangerous, right? Like imagine all of a sudden Jesus just like latches onto the boat and hops in, right? When they were panicking and it was windy and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, this is a much more realistic scenario compared to what we read in the New Testament, where it describes Jesus as walking on the water like a miracle. And that's the thing, like I've been mentioning a few times, throughout the Kailedy, we see that ultimately Jesus does not violate the laws of nature, which is what we would expect of a human being. So in the next passages, which is on the next page, we see that the 12 disciples sometimes quarreled against each other for misguided reasons. So the passages read, "Going to the place where they were staying, it was then the cool of the evening. Some of the disciples started quarreling, but soon quieted down. When they were all in the house, Jesus asked what the argument had been about, but they were silent before him, not knowing what to say, for they had been disputing among themselves as to who was the greatest among them next to Jesus." Not really a good argument to have there. Anyways, passages continue here where Jesus then said, "Whoever wants to lead must know how to serve, and the humble-hearted serve best. A great man is not one who has sought greatness, but one whom the need has found great." Jesus then took the arm of a young child belonging to the house, who had been standing behind him, and, drawing the boy forward, said, "Whoever accepts responsibility for a little child such as this accepts me, and whoever accepts me accepts my cause. For it is profitless to discuss greatness apart from responsibility. Let the one who can accept the most responsibility be the greatest." So in the next passages, we see a situation where two followers of Jesus, and these are two followers who weren't part of the 12 disciples, who proudly reported to Jesus that they stole from a rich person, and we'll see how Jesus disapproves of their actions. So it reads here, "After they had eaten, two followers of Jesus came into the house and approached him, saying, 'Sire, we have robbed a rich man. Have we not done a good deed? For this gives him a better chance in the life to come.' And then Jesus said, 'Even though he used riches wrongly, you have done no more than add wrong to wrong. Evil cannot be rectified by evil. no matter what the circumstances. One of the men said, "Sire, I gave all the proceeds to the disinherited, gaining nothing for myself except the fear of death, while the other with me gave only some silver, keeping the rest." And then Jesus said, "Then your crime was the lesser one, but a crime nevertheless." Jesus dismissed the man and said to the disciples, "No man can push another into goodness or force spiritual credits upon him. Men are brought to goodness by guidance and example." So there's other passages in the Kailedy and just even in the Kolbrin where that's the thing. Part of God's law is that everyone is responsible for their own soul, and there's nothing that other people can do to like help their fate in terms of what happens to their soul after they die. Except how Jesus says here at the end, men are brought to goodness by guidance and example. So it's by guidance and example, then the other humans, they have to make the decision to do the right thing. So it can't be forced upon them. So this encounter results in a situation where it appears as though Jesus often had to correct his disciples. So next we see how Jesus also teaches what is part of a parent's duty when raising their children. So we'll read how Jesus teaches that if a parent's actions or moments of inaction negatively affect their children and future generations, it will be taken into account when the parent undergoes judgment after death on earth. So it says here, Matthew said, "These men have sons. What of them? For is it not in the law that sons shall suffer for the misdeeds of their fathers? Where is the justice in this?" And then Jesus said, "The sense of words changes with their transmission. And have I not told you that taking one part of the law and setting it apart from the rest leads to error? Only by diligently reading the whole, word by word, can it be understood. Given a single thread from a carpet, could any one of you know the pattern? It is the transgressions of the fathers which cause the children to suffer. For not only are there things which must not be done, but there are things which are to be done. Also, things which have to be guarded against. If a man fail to instruct his children, or permit them to grow up unruly, he is a transgressor against the law. And is it not obvious this affects the children? If a man choose his wife for her beauty and charm, because she pleases him and not for her wifely and motherly attributes, he transgresses against the law. Does not the effect of this fall upon his children? If a man steal, God will not chastise the children. But if that man be caught and crucified, his wife sold into bondage, will not his children suffer? The law of God, as given in the books of wisdom, is unlike the laws of men. A man is responsible not only for what he does, but for what he fails to do. And though he spend his whole life in prayer, at places of righteousness, but overlook his obligations under the great law, he is not free of transgression. The deeds of men are like pebbles thrown into a pool, sending out ever-widening ripples. And I assure you that all harm done by the ripples shall be accounted against he who caused them, no matter how far distant it occur. This is the law. Whatever a man transmit to his children, even down to the 10th generation, that shall be accounted against him. Likewise, if a man fail to do things he should for his children, that too will not be overlooked. When the day of assessment comes, it will be like a net cast into the sea, which gathers up every kind of fish, some wholesome and others not. When full, it is drawn ashore, and the wholesome fish are placed in baskets, while the unwholesome are thrown aside. So it is at the time of assessment. The good go in one direction, and the transgressors go in another. So the time of assessment is, talking about your judgment after death on earth. So one thing to point out here is that, by contrast, parents who strive to properly raise their children and those who express love, act with duty, and make sacrifices for the benefit of their children's well-being will surely be rewarded for their efforts after death on earth. So Jesus continues by explaining how the judgment we undergo after death on earth takes into account all of the circumstances of our lives. So it reads here, "One of the disciples said, 'Sire, it is easier for some than for others. The rich are not tempted to steal, but many a poor man must steal or see his children starve.' And then Jesus said, 'The transgressions of the rich lie mainly with the things they fail to do, those of the poor in things they find it difficult to avoid. The justice of God takes all things into account. Is it not written, 'Toil not to lay up riches which make eagles' wings for themselves and fly away?' And it is also stated, 'Some are truly rich, though they dwell in poverty, while others are poor amid their riches. Those who wallow in their wealth, enjoying it as pigs enjoy mud, are like sheep which, buried in darkness, never live again in the light. The man who gains privileges and wealth in this world, but lacks wisdom to utilize them to his true benefit, suffers a fate no better than the beasts which perish.' True wisdom is filling your lives with things conferring a lasting benefit, and the goodness of life cannot be assessed according to abundance of possessions. There is nothing whatsoever in this world which cannot be used as a stepping stone to a life of glory, and riches are no exception, but few men are wise enough to overcome the test they present." So next, we see Jesus uses a parable to teach why it is more difficult for the rich to make it into heaven, since many fail to resist the temptation of living a luxurious life, instead of helping to eliminate the roots of poverty. So it says here, "There was once a rich man who was always robed in purple and fine linen, whose days were spent in entertaining and feasting. Outside his gate sat a beggar, so hungry he would have been satisfied with the scraps of food thrown aside from the rich man's table. The beggar died at his hour, and his soul found itself in the company of the saintly fathers of his race. The rich man also died, and, after his assessment, found himself in the company of those who suffered. Filled with misery, he raised his eyes to the glorious place beyond his reach, and there, bathed in bright light, he recognized the beggar he had spurned, in the company of a great soul. The rich man cried out, 'My father, send a word of comfort, for here I suffer in filth and squalor.' The great one answered him with compassion in his voice, 'My son, recall your life on earth, when you enjoyed all the good things it were possible to obtain, and think of the difference between what the beggar and you had. Now he is the one who is comforted and surrounded by beauty and cleanliness, while you live in filth and degradation. But it was you who made the choice of place for your future. Still, this is not all, for while you could have reached out a helping hand to him on earth, here there is an impassable barrier between those of you who are in that place and those in this.'" So we're going to read some fairly interesting passages which talk about the sphere of heaven, where there's a light side and a dark side, which is kind of included in these passages here. And but here where it says, here there is an impassable barrier between those of you who are in the dark place and those in the light place. I forget which passage it is, but there's one where it says something along the lines of, one of the worst things about being in the dark place is that you're aware of the good things in the light side of heaven. So being stuck in the dark side, it makes it that much more miserable because you see what you're missing out on. So it's kind of the same thing that's described in these passages from Jesus. But like I underlined here where it says, "But it was you who made the choice of your place for your future." So it just, like Jesus said, true wisdom is spending your time on earth, utilizing your situation, whatever it may be, to help your soul learn and grow so that it could hopefully make it to the light side of heaven. So the set of passages continues here where it says, "Then the man who had once been rich said, 'I beg you, send messengers to my family and brothers, so they may be warned of what lies in store for them before it is too late.' The great soul replied, 'They have the teachings of the law which carry sufficient message and warning. Let them take heed of this.' And then he who suffered replied, 'No, this they will not heed any more than I did, for their days are filled with worldly distractions. But if someone were to return from the dead, it would bring these things to their attention, and they would definitely take notice.' Then the great soul answered, 'Nothing can serve them better than the teachings of the law, not even one returning from the dead. In fact, this would serve them ill. For if their goodness stemmed only from proofs such as this, it would be devoid of merit, and therefore worthless at the assessment.'" So actually here, so in the passage we just read, we see how Jesus explains that there would be no purpose in God sending us proof to make it clear that we are eternal souls. And this is also described in a passage, SVB 427, which is from the Book of the Silver Bow, which we'll be reading in video 15, which is one of the personal books from Jesus, where he says, "You too talk of miracles. You seek miraculous solutions for your problems. Do you not understand the nature of free will, and that miracles are contrary to it as well as to the law? Were they part of normal life, your fear of divine intervention or reliance upon divine power would sap your independence and stifle the expression of free will. Your choice between good and evil would no longer be free, and you would become more of puppets and less of men." So I'll just go back to the previous slide here. So that's saying, as I underlined here, where this is the great soul, like the Holy Spirit saying, "For if their goodness stemmed only from proof such as this, it would be devoid of merit and therefore worthless at the assessment." So that's the thing. Well, Jesus talks a lot about that in his personal books about how, and we'll talk more about that in the passages about, or in the videos later about like God, heaven, and the meaning of life and things like that. It's just this whole idea of expecting miracles to happen. It would actually serve a negative purpose, because that's the thing. I know it's difficult for us to really understand and accept. It would, in our human experience, we can't help but think like, oh, it'd be nice if there was a sign that the afterlife existed, or things like that. But it's just that, when you do good deeds without the assurance or a guarantee that, there's an afterlife, it means that much more, right? Versus if you were to do good deeds just because you know for certainty that there's an afterlife, it would make it, so that like it's devoid of merit. It's like, okay, well, obviously you did it because you know what's going to happen after you die, right? So it's a very important lesson to help understand, without getting frustrated about just our human experience here on earth. Now, another important part about these passages is how, the rich man is saying, like, "I beg you, send messengers to my family and brothers so they may be warned of what lies in store for each of them before it is too late." But then the great soul replied, "They have the teachings of the law which carry sufficient message and warning. Let them take heed of this." So that's the thing. Like, I know that maybe for a lot of children of wealthy parents, they might want to, like it's understandable that they were put in a situation where it was tempting to live a luxurious life. But that's the thing. That's the thing about this, our life on earth, is that everyone, no matter like what family you're born into or whatever your circumstances, everyone has different tests, and it's not a good enough excuse. You can't just say, "Oh, well, I didn't know this is how my parents raised me. I was born into wealth." Now, that might be true for like children. I don't want, like, if a 12-year-old is watching this or something, to be like scared that they like scarred their soul. Like, no, okay, if you're still a child, like, it's understood that that's where the responsibility falls more on your parents, where it's like, okay, well, it's your parents who are creating this situation where you're living misguidedly and luxuriously. But there comes a point when you're an adult where the expectation is that if you come from a wealthy family, you're supposed to notice, by reading the, religious scriptures and things like that, to realize like, oh no, like I need to change my ways. So it's not a good enough excuse to say, oh, well, I was born wealthy and this is what my parents taught me. Yeah, maybe for a certain point in your life, if you're still a child, but like I said, there comes a point when you're an adult where you have to take responsibility of your own soul. And that's just the test that was placed in front of you. These were your circumstances. And it's up to everyone to learn how it is that we should live. So the chapter ends with the group traveling and Jesus advising the 12 disciples that they will need to adjust the parables according to the people's understanding. So here it says, Jesus said, "This is the manner whereby you will teach the people, but do this according to their understanding. In one place you will tell the parable in a certain manner, and in another place you will tell it differently, making sure the message never varies. The design inscribed on the outside of a picture makes it attractive to some, but not to others. This is unimportant, for it does not affect its contents." After this, Jesus took his disciples to Tiberias. From there, he and the 12 went through Zebulun to Tyre of the western sea, where they stayed among fishermen in a village by the narrow waters. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 17 of the Kailedy. So this chapter opens with describing how Jesus and the 12 disciples worked wherever they traveled to earn money in order to support themselves. So even though Jesus tried to not draw attention, he came upon a situation where two men were arguing, and so he explained the proper way for them to settle their dispute. Now, word of Jesus' location must have spread since a crowd gathered. So we'll see that in these passages here. It says, Jesus and the 12 worked with the fishermen and on ships bringing goods from all parts of the world, even from the cities beyond. And during this time, he did not draw attention to himself. Then, one day, while in the part of Tyre called the Place of Purple, he came upon two men in argument among several others. He said to them, "No disagreement can be settled justly by blows, while loud words confuse the issue. If your brother does wrong, reprove him quietly, but let it be between you two alone. If the matter cannot be settled between you, then seek two men acceptable to both, and let them decide the issue." By the time Jesus had dealt with this matter, a crowd had gathered, and someone in it called out, "Sire, come with me to my brother, and tell him that the estate left by our father should be shared with me." And then Jesus called him forward and said, "I am a teacher. No man has given me authority to decide such matters. When things are done properly, there is less likelihood of repercussions." So next we'll see how Jesus then warns the crowd against obtaining too many possessions. So it says here, "Then Jesus turned to the gathering and said, 'Take care always to guard against all kinds of greed and acquisitiveness, for no man's happiness can be assured by his possessions. In fact, much wealth is the father of sleepless nights.' There was a certain rich man whose fields were fertile, yielding heavy crops. Seeing the bounty of the land, he decided there was insufficient space to store it, and had his barns and storehouses pulled down so bigger ones can be erected. Into these he stacked everything until the new buildings were packed full. When this was completed, he relaxed, saying to himself, 'Now I have ample laid up for all my future needs and can eat, drink, and enjoy my good fortune.' But that night he was called to his accounting in another life, and no part of his worldly goods could be taken. Now, who benefited by all he had accumulated? This is how it is with those who accumulate worldly wealth but remain spiritual paupers." Jesus then turned to the two of the 12 who stood beside him and said, "This is why I tell you not to unduly concern yourselves with food and clothing. There is so much more to life than eating, and the body requires more than clothes. Look at the wild birds, which live happily from day to day, and learn from them. Have no doubts, my friends, for you are certainly heirs to glory, with an unassailable treasure house in heaven. Be prepared for whatever comes, your clothes fitting the occasion and your lamp lit, like servants awaiting the master's return from visiting, ready to open the door immediately. The master is gratified on finding his servants anticipating his arrival, and does not fail to reward them. Thieves keep clear of houses where the owners have made provision for their coming, but go in search of those unguarded or where the occupants sleep. Therefore, always hold yourself in readiness, for you never know from day to day what will eventuate. And then Peter said, Sire, is this meant for us, or does it apply to everyone? And then Jesus answered, Who does the master choose to fill a position of trust? Is it not the man who works diligently, though not under the eye of the master? I can assure you this is the man who will be promoted. If, however, the man in whom trust is vested thinks, I am not being observed by the master, and gets drunk or is careless about what is done, be sure the master will catch him out. Any servant who knows what to do but fails to do it should not go unchastised, but those who do not know what is expected of them cannot be justly criticized. From the man who is given much responsibility, much will be expected. For the greater the trust placed in a man, the greater should be the return. So in the next set of passages, Jesus is asked to speak more about the future rule of God. So it reads here, A man in the crowd said to Jesus, We have heard of your teachings and that you herald the rule of God. Tell us about this. And then Jesus said, There is the kingdom of the Spirit and the kingdom of the flesh. God rules the first himself, but the second he rules through his viceroy, man. But man tries to set himself up as an independent ruler, making his own laws and setting aside those of his sovereign. When the viceroy ceases to rebel and governs in accord with the decrees of the sovereign, that will be the rule of God. The man said, This teaching is beyond our understanding. We have the law which comes from the mouthpieces of God. And then Jesus said, Of course you have the law, but it is either disobeyed, ignored, or circumvented. Therefore, it is nullified and rendered ineffective. I have come to gather the lost sheep, bringing them back into the fold, which is the will of God. I have come to cleanse the earth with purifying fire. But though I have struck the sparks, the tinder is not yet ignited. I travel a stony road, but the greatest ordeal lies ahead. You may think in your hearts that I come to bring peace to the earth and concord among men, and this is true, for such will be under the rule of God. However, before this comes about, those who oppose it must be defeated. Therefore, I come to arm those who are loyal to the cause, to put a sword into the hands of men and stinging words on the tongues of women. Henceforth, families will be divided against themselves, and brother will be separated from brother, and father set against son. Some in the crowd said among themselves, These words we can understand. Truly, this is the one promised who will deliver us from our oppressors. And then Jesus said, Bide your time, and all things will be made clear. So there's quite a bit to go through before maybe discussing in more detail, the rule of God and things like that. Especially, we should go through the Book of the Silver Bow and the Book of Lucius, which are the personal books written by Jesus. So we'll read through those in videos 15 and 16. So my plan is in video 24, which will be kind of a little bit more focused on, after we've read everything and read through the chapters about God, heaven, the meaning of life and all that. So my plan for video 24 will be to talk a little bit more about, what does this all mean? And part of that's going to be to discuss a little bit more, what Jesus talks about the rule of God. So in the next set of passages, we see how Jesus scolds a hypocritical scribe who tried to confuse Jesus' teachings. So it says, "A scribe in the crowd said, 'It seems you speak with hidden meanings. How are we to interpret these teachings?' And then Jesus said, 'You are so accustomed to devious thinking, trying to make a yes into a no to suit your convenience, that when given truth, you pull it apart, seeking to find something else behind it. Unless you accept these things as would a child, you cannot hope to enter the kingdom of God. When you see clouds coming from the west, you say, 'Soon there will be rain,' and this forecast proves to be correct. When the south wind blows, you say, 'It will be extremely hot,' and again your prediction is right. What hypocrites you are, so quick to interpret some signs while closing your eyes to others less to your liking. You can interpret the omens in earth and sky, but close your eyes to those indicating present trends." So next, Jesus uses a battle between the Galileans and the Romans, where the Romans were led by Pilate, as an example to illustrate that there are some who are leaders in spiritual matters, while others who lead worldly matters, like here on earth. And ultimately, both should work together instead of against each other. So it says, "Someone in the crowd said, 'We have the failings of men. Should we be condemned for these?' And then Jesus replied, 'As sons of God, you inherit his substance and are heirs to glory. Think less of earthly weaknesses and more of godly strength.' Another in the crowd asked Jesus about unjustified suffering, and might not his cause bring this upon the heads of his followers? Someone else said, 'What about the Galileans who died in resisting the efforts of Pilate to appropriate the temple offerings so he could bring water to the city of Jerusalem?' And then Jesus said, 'The Galileans and the governor did right in their own eyes, the former seeking to serve God, and the latter men. But these things are not matters to be placed at issue, for whoever serves one serves the other, and there is no clash of interests. Can you believe that the Galileans who suffered as they did were worse than others in Galilee? This is not so. They suffered for no wrongdoing, but through misguidance. Calamity strikes capriciously. Do you think those who died when the tower fell on them at Siloam deserved death more than the others? Life is full of uncertainties, so men must be made aware of the need for repentance, knowing the day of assessment may be near or far. Be sure of one thing. There will be no discrimination among you on the assessment day. All will get their fitting reward." So one part of this is also how you never know what day you're going to die. And it, like, just because someone dies an early death doesn't mean that they deserve to die sooner or not. Because that's the thing, I forget in which chapter, but when we read through the chapters about the meaning of life, that's actually part of the law. We were talking a lot about like God's law and things like that. It's because the idea is that uncertainty of when you're going to die is essential, because that's the thing, you don't want to end up in a situation where it's like, oh, it's guaranteed you're going to only die in old age, because then you might live your life, not as you should, kind of thinking, oh, well, I still have time. And then in your later years, then you'll start living the way you should. Like, that's a fundamental part of life, is that like you never know when you're going to die. So like, don't drag your feet in terms of looking for repentance or righting the wrongs that you've done once you're aware of them and things like that. Also, in the next set of passages, Jesus teaches that people are better served by information about the road to reach the kingdom of heaven instead of being told details about the kingdom of heaven. So it says, "Then one in the crowd shouted, 'Tell us about the kingdom of heaven, for surely if we are going there, it is well to know what it is like.' And then Jesus said, 'If you were going to a distant city, which would be most beneficial, a description of it or details concerning the route? Then, too, Is it not important to prepare for your reception? For if a man residing in a palace described the place, this serves no purpose to one who will have to beg for scraps and sleep in the gutters. The road to heaven may be likened to 10 young women who, taking lamps, went out to meet a bridegroom, 5 being irresponsible and 5 reliable by nature. The irresponsible ones left everything to the last minute and snatched up their lamps, forgetting the oil containers were not filled. Because the bridegroom was delayed, all the young women lay down to sleep. But at midnight there was a shout to say the bridegroom was coming and to go out and meet him. The young women all arose and trimmed their lamps, but the irresponsible ones, finding theirs going out, said to the others, "Let us have some of your oil, for we forgot to fill the containers." And then the others replied, "We cannot do this, for we do not have enough oil for all. And if we share with you, there will be insufficient to light the way. It is better we provide light all the way with 5 lamps than we all provide light for just a short distance." The irresponsible ones hastened to the oil vendor, but he would not serve them. And while they were away, the bridegroom arrived. And those who were ready lighted his way and joined the guests at the wedding, the doors then being closed. Later, when the irresponsible ones returned and stood outside shouting to be let in, the doorkeeper said, "Who are you? What purpose do you serve? Go away." Therefore, I say to you, be always alert, your spiritual lamps trimmed and filled with the oil which gives eternal light, for you never know the hour when you will be called. So like I was just saying before, that's the thing. You never know when you're going to die. So make sure you're always prepared. And again, like being prepared, that's the thing. Like these are all metaphors, but one way to think about it is that, like we don't know what to expect, on the other side, it's in the light side of, or I guess in the sphere of heaven. And it's just, that's the thing. The only thing you take with you is your soul. So it's up to you to make sure your soul is shining brightly so that, when you happen to die and you find yourself, on the other side, you'll know what direction to go. Because that's the other thing too. When we read more about the chapters about heaven, that's the thing. It describes how everything in heaven is governed by affinity. So part of it is your soul will be attracted to the direction that it has an affinity to. So if you're good and your soul is bright, you're going to go to the light side of heaven. But if it turns out you're not quite the good character and a bit of an evil soul, then you'll be drawn to the dark side of heaven. So next, Jesus provides another parable about who is chosen to enter heaven, or the light side of heaven. So it says, "They who stood about Jesus asked, 'Who is chosen to enter heaven, and how is the selection made?' Jesus explained in this manner. A king decided to collect all debts due and ordered those who owed money to come before him. One of these was so heavily indebted that he was in no position to repay, so the king ordered that he be sold into slavery to satisfy the debt. The debtor begged the king to be patient, saying that, given time, every last farthing would be paid. The king, taking pity on him, released the debtor from his obligations. A few days afterwards, the king's debtor met a poor man who owed him just a small amount. And the king's debtor took hold of him and said, 'Repay the money due to me at once, for I have no patience with defaulters.' The poor man begged him to be patient, saying that, given time, he would repay in full. But the other would not have it, and had the poor man committed to prison. The poor man's friends reported the matter to the king, who had his debtor brought before him, and he said, 'You villain, because you pleaded with me to have pity, I released you from the whole of your debt. Have I not done so, you would have thought me harsh. Yet, what consideration have you shown?' Then the king condemned the man to serve punishment until the whole of the debt was paid. In this manner men are chosen for heaven. And therefore I say very earnestly, deal with others as you would be dealt with, not holding one law in your heart for yourself and letting another issue from your lips for others. Prepare yourselves for entry into heaven, for this can only be done here and is the purpose of earth. Do not think that because you are not immediately chastised, your iniquities are overlooked. So again, like here, prepare yourself for entry to heaven, for this can only be done here and is the purpose of earth. Like, again, when we talk about the meaning of life, you really can simplify our entire earthly existence into that. Like, what's the meaning of our lives here on earth? Is to prepare our souls, and in terms of, learning and growing and maturing so that our soul is worthy of the light side of heaven. Like it really is a fairly simple answer in terms of what's the meaning of life. That's pretty much it. There's more nuances and stuff to it, which we'll talk in later videos. But yeah, just always keep in mind, that's the thing. And we'll see when we read the books, the personal books from Jesus himself, like he speaks a lot about our earthly existence being almost like an illusion of sorts. And it's not that this isn't a real experience, like it is a real experience that we're undergoing right now. But at the same time, like this, reality lies in a sphere of heaven. So it's kind of one of those fundamental principles to never forget. And yeah, in terms of like this analogy here, like I think it's quite apparent, where the king forgave the debtor, but then the debtor didn't give any consideration to the poor man. And again, that's the thing, like Jesus says, is just treat your neighbors how you would like to be treated yourself. So that's just, again, a very important lesson. So on the next page, we'll see where Jesus offers another parable about those who are judged to be worthy to enter heaven. So Jesus says, a sower went out into his grain field and sowed with good seed. But during the night, an enemy came and strewed wheat-like weeds over the ground and went away. After the wheat blades had sprouted and the stalks began to form wheat heads, the weeds among them were revealed. Then the field laborer went to the landlord and said, the field was sown with good seed, and yet it is now full of weeds. Shall we go and pull them up? But then the landowner answered, someone who wishes to harm me has done this, but in pulling up the weeds, you may do more damage. Let both grow together until harvesting time. Then the reapers can be separated, the weeds from the wheat, stacking the weeds for burning and gathering the wheat into the granary. Therefore, because transgressors go unpunished here, do not think that they are overlooked or that there is not a day of accounting. Not a single deed or thought, whether it be good or bad, is overlooked. Again, that's one of the big principles, is that when it comes to this proper accounting, like often people expect God to provide, to interfere and kind of, smite down the evildoers here on earth. And that's the thing. It's people don't get punished here on earth in terms of, if they're evil or do bad deeds. But there will always be an accounting after death on earth when you undergo judgment in heaven. So in the next passages, Jesus presents a parable to describe our spirits. And, the way he explains it, it seems that our spiritual bodies in heaven are molded by our thoughts and what we do on earth. And our spirit can either grow to become beautiful or it can wither and die. It says, one in the crowd said, but our thoughts harm no one. But then Jesus replied, only yourself, for thoughts mold, strengthening or weakening the spirit. Is it not written, the nature of man is formed according to his thoughts? Jesus was asked, what then is the spirit? For the holy books do not make this clear. And then Jesus replied, the spirit of man may be likened to a date seed planted in the darkness of the ground, giving no indication to anyone, not knowing its nature of what it will become. When the tree springing from it is full grown, it spreads out in the sunshine, a haven for birds and a source of pleasure for men. Or It may be likened to leaven, which a woman places in a bushel of flour. There it spreads throughout the whole to change its nature. It is like a treasure buried in waste ground. The plot had no value until it was rumored that a treasure was there. Then men bid against each other to obtain it. While within the egg, a chick is self-sustaining, but once the shell is broken, it has to be fed. So it is with the spirit of man and the Holy Spirit. I assure you that every plant not nourished by the waters of life will wither and die. So Jesus is asked again about those who are allowed to enter heaven, and he presents more parables, where it says, "Several in the crowd said, 'Tell us again about those who enter the kingdom of heaven.' And then Jesus replied with these parables. Admittance may be likened to a wedding feast prepared by a king for his son. He dispatched servants inviting many guests. But, though each was told, 'The feast is preparing even now, the geese and beasts are being roasted, the bread is in the ovens, and there is wine on the tables,' yet those invited ignored the messengers, saying they were too busy with their own affairs, while they abused or even ill-treated them. When this came to the ears of the king, he sent soldiers to take those who had ill-treated his messengers and confine them in dismal dungeons. The king then said to his servants, 'Though I prepared a sumptuous feast, those I invited were unworthy of the honor I paid them. Go out again and invite any who will come.' The servants went out into the streets, returning with many persons. However, while they were all seated at the table, the king noticed one who behaved badly, using lewd language to those beside him. The king called 2 servants and bid them take the man and throw him into the dungeons with the others. But to make sure, he went to one where there was the most filth, so he would be in his own element. I have said before, though many are invited, few are chosen. Now I say many choose not to come. There is another way for separating the wheat from the chaff, illustrated by this parable. A man left for a distant country, but before departing, he called his servants to him and entrusted him with his store of gold. To one he gave 3 bars of gold, to another 2 bars, and to another 1 bar, each receiving gold in accordance with his capabilities. The servant who received 3 bars of gold went and exchanged these for silver, spending this in pleasure and high living, thinking that with all this silver he could have a really good time. The servant who received 2 bars was a cautious man, and he buried his gold in a safe place, for he thought it best not to take chances with it. The servant who had received 1 bar went and bought goods, which he resold, and by this and other efforts he obtained another gold bar, for he thought to himself, 'As the master did not think me as capable as the others, I must prove I am.' When the master returned, he called his servants for an accounting, and the one who had received 3 bars of gold said, 'Good master, with so much wealth I could not resist temptation and spent it enjoying myself, never thinking about the day of accounting.' And then the master said, 'You are an untrustworthy scoundrel,' and he placed him in bondage until the whole of the value was repaid. The man who had received 2 bars of gold said, 'Master, I knew you were a hard man and was afraid to take any risks, so I safeguarded the gold. Here it is.' And then the master said, 'You have been neither good nor bad, but took your ease while I was away. Go about your job, but expect no promotion.' And then the man who received 1 bar of gold said, 'Having only 1 bar, I increased it to 2, for I knew you would need gold on your return and have been a good master.' To this one the man said, 'Well done. You have proved worthy of my trust. I will now place you in charge of my treasury.' So yeah, those are a few parables in terms of, just Jesus trying to explain kind of what's expected of us during our life on earth, and in terms of, who's worthy to enter the light side of heaven. But we'll be going through more like when reading Jesus' personal books, where he goes into more detail in terms of what's expected of us during our lives on earth. So next, Jesus is asked about how servants should be treated, where it says, "One of the people gathered about Jesus said, 'How should I treat my servants? For I have one who is troublesome, though perhaps it is his youth.' Jesus then told this parable. A man had a garden plot set aside for vines, but a self-planted fig tree grew among them. In the fruiting season, the man came to this plot accompanied by his gardener, who said, 'This fig tree is interfering with the vines. If it fruited, it might not matter, but as it does not, would it be best to cut it down? For it is only taking goodness from the soil, which could be used more profitably for the vines.' The man said, 'Leave it for another season, but give it a little attention. Then, if it fails to fruit next season, cut it down. I like figs, but a new cutting might take a long time to mature. And this tree, having chosen its own situation, may yet prove more profitable in this plot than the vines.' Jesus said, 'If a fig tree grow among vines, it can be left, for both produce good fruit. But if it grow among thorns, then these are cut down and the fig tree left on its own. If a man hire 3 laborers for this vineyard, and there is work only for 2, he dismisses the one least worthy of his hire. Yet everyone who labors must be paid his due. But if one pour less than a full measure into the task, he cheats no less than one who deceives at the weighing.'" So this chapter closes with some self-righteous people in the crowd hypocritically picking pieces out of the law to argue against Jesus, where it says, "Some self-righteous people who picked pieces out of the law to suit their convenience, as a child picks segments from a pomegranate, and lived by these, ridiculed Jesus. But Jesus said to them, 'You who try to impress others with your righteousness are hypocrites. But what goes on in your minds is not overlooked. Admiration and popularity may benefit you in this world, but count for nothing in the world to come, unless worthily earned. I come to herald the rule of God, when such as you will be swept aside by those who serve his cause.' And then some in the crowd shouted, 'Who will you take to serve it?' And Jesus replied, 'When the trumpets sound the rallying call and 2 men are reaping in a field, one will be taken and the other ignored. 2 scribes will be writing in a room, one will be taken and the other ignored. 2 women will be grinding corn, one will be taken and the other ignored.' And then someone said, 'Where will they be taken?' And then Jesus answered, 'Vultures gather where the carcass lies, and bees where the flowers grow. Flies are drawn to stinking meat. Brave men converge on the battlefield, while cowards seek their hideouts. The day of decision will come like a roll of thunder, and on that day, those serving the cause of God will be separated from those who serve the powers of darkness.' There were many other parables which Jesus used in this place to bring understanding to the people. He taught simply so all could grasp what he said, but afterwards, when alone with the 12, he explained things differently, revealing a deeper meaning." So in these passages, this is where we see a little bit of a notion similar to why maybe Jesus is described in the book of Revelation, talking about a day, like a prophesied day in the future. Or even I'll go back a page here where it says, "Who will you take to serve it?" And Jesus replied, "When the trumpets sound the rallying call and 2 men are reaping in a field, one will be taken and the other ignored." It's kind of, a little bit the idea of maybe what some Christians believe in terms of like almost like a rapture where some people will be taken and others ignored. But that's the thing, and we'll understand this better when we read Jesus's personal books. But like this is talking more about what happens in the sphere of heaven, like in terms of, it's almost kind of saying that like half of the people will be worthy and half of the people will be deemed unworthy. But the other part here is that, as I underlined here, where, the day of decision. So Jesus also uses the term day of decision, like here in the Kailedy, when speaking of the time in the future when the rule of God will be established on earth. And it's similar to a passage, which we'll be reading on the next page, where the prophet in the book of Silver Bow refers to the days of decision. And this is, again, one of those things that helps to link to, because that's the thing, like in the book of the Silver Bow, the prophet, it's clearly a prophet, but they don't refer to themselves by any name. But these are the sorts of links that you need to do to like piece the puzzle together to see that like, oh, this prophet in the book of the Silver Bow is Jesus. Because here's the passage where he says, "Neither am I the prophet of peace. He is yet to come. I am the prophet to tell men of the frightener, though many generations will pass before it appears. It will be a thing of monstrous greatness, arising in the form of a crab. First its body will be red, then green, then blue. It will spread destruction across the earth, running from sunrise to sunset. It will come in the days of decision, when men are inflicted with spiritual blindness, when one ignorance has been replaced with another, when men walk in darkness and call it light. In those days, men will yearn after pleasure and comfort. They will go down roads of ease, encouraged by women incapable of inspiring them towards the upward path. There will be disbelief in spiritual things, but this will proceed from ignorance. It will be a thing of the lips, for disbelief is not in the heart and nature of man. In the days of the great conflict, do not pray that the Supreme Spirit be on your side. This would be a futile waste of time. Pray rather that you be on the right side, the side of the Supreme Spirit." I know this might be a little bit, frightening to maybe kind of, see this where it's like, oh, is this Jesus talking like, neither am I the prophet of peace, talking about a frightener that will happen many generations in the future. It will come during the days of decision and things like that. So in video 15, we're going to go through all of the chapters of the Book of the Silver Bow. And like I said before, we'll wait until video 24 to maybe have more discussion on, what does it all mean for us today and what's these days of decision that Jesus is talking about. But it's, I guess, in terms of going through these chapters in the Kailedy, it's quite interesting to see these last few passages where it really seems to be in alignment, where Jesus's message is similar to what we read about the prophet speaking in the Book of the Silver Bow. So now we're going to go through chapter 18 of the Kailedy. So this chapter begins with Jesus and the 12 disciples preaching throughout the land as they make their way back to the Sea of Galilee. And we also see that word of Jesus was spreading, and those who ruled were becoming concerned. So interestingly, it is noted that Herod misguidedly believed that Jesus' powers were due to him being John the Baptist raised back to life. So the passages say, "Jesus and the 12 left the shores of the western sea and, after preaching in many places, came to the Sea of Galilee, where Jesus and 7 of the envoys took ship with Nathanael's brother and passed over into Dalmatha. About this time, Herod Antipas heard about the activities of Jesus, whose fame had spread, for he was unlike the other teachers. A rumor had started that he was John of the wilderness raised to life, and this explained his powers, for only in one able to come back from the dead could such an abundance of power manifest. Most thought he was one of the old prophets returned, but were unable to explain his powers. Though these things brought fear to Herod's heart, he took no action. Others said, 'The same is Jesus who was born Joshua, son of Joseph and Mary, claiming to be a summoner, dedicating people to serve the cause of God, that a kingdom under his rule may come to earth. So the next passages here we see Jesus continue to teach that words do not mean much when praising God, and we should instead exert effort through labor and service. So it says, "When the boat carrying Jesus and the 7 with him came to the shore, it was drawn up near to some women who were washing, and one shouted, 'Glory to God, and blessed be the one through whom he manifests.' And Jesus said, 'Glory is not yours to give, neither does the source of glory need it. Therefore, your words are empty of meaning. Give service instead.' And then another woman cried out, 'Blessed are the breasts that suckled you.' And then Jesus answered, 'The blessed are those who hear the words of God's messengers and obey them.'" Also, in the next passages, we see how Jesus has an encounter with hypocrites who demanded some sort of miraculous proof, where it says, "Passing along the beach, Jesus and 3 disciples came to where a group of people stood. And they were of those who walked in the light of the law, but they were self-deceivers who trimmed the lamp to suit their convenience. One said, 'If you are really sent from God, show us some sign as proof. Then we can believe what you say.' And then Jesus said, 'Why are you always demanding proof? Certainly this generation is undeserving of proof. If you are invited to dine with a man, do you ask him to prove his food is good? If you were genuine, my words would strike a responsive chord in your heart, and you would know. If I drew aside the curtains to reveal the glory that is heaven, and you believed, would your belief bear the fruit of goodness? It would be like unseasoned timber or untempered iron." So next we'll see how Jesus continues to have trouble with crowds gathering. So we see how the life of those who became disciples was difficult, since we read of how Jesus was selective and would not shy away from turning away those who he believed would not be able to keep up. And we'll also see how Jesus provides a parable to illustrate how a bad apple can spoil the bunch. So it says, "A crowd started to gather, and Jesus returned to the boat. And as people began to jostle him, he ordered it to be taken out a little way. As he was getting into it, a scribe pushed forward, saying, 'Let me join you, and I will follow wherever you go.' And then Jesus said, 'Foxes have holes and birds have nests, but the servant of man has nowhere to lay his head. Not even a board is offered to him here. If you are sincere in your offer, let this be the place of your labors, for you are not a hardy man.' Another man with him said, 'Then let me come, but may I first have time to bury my father?' And then Jesus answered, 'What service can the living render to the dead? Leave the dead to their own kind.' So then the boat was taken to another place. Then it was discovered that, as no bread had been obtained previously, there was insufficient to provide a good meal for everyone. While they were arguing about how it should be distributed, Jesus said, 'Let those who get some take care their piece does not contain the leaven of the Perusium or of Herod.' Jesus, seeing they looked blankly at him, said, 'Do you not understand? When wholesome, even a morsel of bread will nourish. But if it contains bad leaven to turn it sour, it will be bitter in the mouth and nourish no one. 11 out of the 12 among the Perusium are good, but it is the bad who contaminate the whole and leave a bitter taste in the mouth.'" So later, another crowd gathered around Jesus, where he continued to teach the people. So the parable here is similar to the poetic passages that are read in the passages 314 to 320 of the Britain book describing Jesus that we read in video 10. So here it says, "When the boat drew into the shallows, some of those with Jesus went to get food, and a crowd gathered about him. So Jesus told a parable often repeated. A sower went into his cornfield carrying seed in his apron, and he scattered it about, so some fell in the open and was eaten by the birds. Other seed fell on stony ground and sprouted quickly, but as it could not put down roots, it quickly withered. Some fell among thistles, where it was smothered before reaching maturity. Still others fell on good ground and, having ripened, produced a bountiful harvest. This parable is simple to understand, and I will explain it to you. I am the sower, and the seeds are my words. Some of you standing here in the open listen, but close your hearts to the message. With you, my words are like the seed eaten by the birds. With others, my words are like the seed falling on stony ground. For, though they receive them hopefully, they are weak-willed and shallow-minded. Thus, when their belief is tested, they give way immediately. Still others receive the words, but the message is like the seed sown among thistles. They hear and understand, but because of their daily cares or a craving for worldly things, the words of the message become overgrown and perish. Lastly, there are those who hear the words of the message and welcome them. It is in these that the bountiful harvest is produced. A man nearby in the crowd said, "No doubt you are a worthy teacher, but we have the teachings of the prophets and the laws of Moses. Are these not good?" And then Jesus answered him, "Certainly these are good, but what too many make of them is not good. There are many among you who know the teachings of the great souls, but though words issue from your mouths, your hearts are evil. Yet you cannot hide the underlying impurity, for whatever is stored in the heart colors that which issues from the mouth. Words from a pure heart are good, but words from a befouled one are evil. I tell you that not one reckless or inconsiderate word is spoken which does not enter into the accounting. Out of your own mouths will come the words assigning you to the place of glory or the place of purification." So here I underline this where it's just, and again, when we go through the chapters talking about the meaning of life, it really does say like every single thought and deed we do are essentially like written down and taken into consideration when we're judged after life on earth. So we'll talk more about that when we go through those chapters. But yeah, like here where Jesus talks about the place of glory or the place of purification. Again, this is talking about the light side of heaven and the dark side of heaven, where when we talk about it in more detail, that's the thing. I think it's a really good word in terms of explaining what exactly is the dark side of heaven. It's a place of purification to help purify your soul before starting anew. So we'll talk more about that in later videos. So next we'll see how shortly afterwards, while Jesus and his disciples were resting and eating, a Perusian criticized them. So Jesus responds by warning him of what will happen if he does not change his ways. So it says, "Now those who had gone to obtain food having returned, Jesus and those with him sat around and began to eat. One of the Perusian who stood nearby expressed surprise that he let his disciples eat without first washing their hands, though there was plenty of water beside them. And then Jesus said, 'This is typical of many today. You carefully clean your eating utensils and choose the best food, but these are external things and obvious. Inside you are filled with greed and deceit. Never mind outward appearances, but make sure you are clean all the way through. I assure you of this, everything that is hidden will one day be revealed, and every secret thing will be made known. The words spoken in darkness will be heard in the light of day, and what has been whispered behind closed doors will be shouted from the housetops.' Turning to his disciples sitting about him, Jesus said, 'Do not be afraid of these people, for the worst they can do is to drive the life from the body. If you must be afraid of anything, let it be your own frailties. For if you give in to these, You suffer for it long after the body has fallen apart. Are not 5 sparrows sold for a single coin? Yet each one is known to God, for nothing living does not participate in life, and this is maintained by the Holy Spirit. For just as fish live in the waters of the sea, so are men maintained in the living Spirit. Speaking to those who had spoken previously, Jesus said, Woe to you self-deceivers, who are false interpreters of the law. You are like unmarked graves, which men walk over in innocence, unaware they are being defiled. Yet nothing from outside can ever enter into a man and sully his soul. It is what festers within him which comes out to reveal his uncleanliness. The things which defile a man, such as fornication, malice, envy, obscenity, and adultery, come from a weeping ulcer within the mind. The uncleanliness within a man is like a stone dropped in water, the ripples going out from him to contaminate others. To all outward appearances, many of you live good lives, but inwardly you are full of hypocrisy and deceit. You erect memorials over the graves of those who spoke with the voice of God, and decorate the monuments to the martyrs who died unjustly. You say, had we lived in those times, we would never have done the things our forefathers did. But do you take care to ensure your children never have cause to say the same about you? Therefore, do not set your standards by those days, but according to the better ones in the days of your children. So in the next passages, we see how someone asks Jesus about the coming rule of God. And the way Jesus describes it is as though the earth being transformed back to a time similar to the fabled garden, where heaven was not veiled from those on earth. So it says, one of the people who were there said, We have heard that you teach the coming rule of God and claim knowledge of the kingdom of heaven. Tell us about these things. And then Jesus said, The rule of God is not something which will come suddenly, nor will it bring about a violent change. It is not a change of surroundings, but a change of heart. The changed conditions will not be brought about by changes in the heart. No man can say it is here or it is there. It is here, but waiting recognition. Just as others have heralded my coming, so do I herald the coming rule of God. But its establishment does not depend on anything done by God, but on the actions of men. The kingdom of heaven is where God rules in spirit, but there is that within each man which can extend to the kingdom of heaven. When this is drawn out of men while they are on earth and established here, then the kingdom of heaven will embrace the earth. When the rule of God is established on earth, then will the kingdom of heaven come down, so heaven and earth are united in one. So one thing to note here is how Jesus clarifies that the rule of God will not come suddenly or bring about a violent change. And so we should not anticipate, like an Armageddon type situation. Overall, it seems like it will happen when humanity has a change of heart towards themselves, towards their neighbors, which includes their enemies, and towards all life on this beautiful planet we call Earth. So we'll see how it goes when we get to that moment. Moving on here. Jesus then tries to teach a rich man and his companion, and we see that it really is quite difficult for the wealthy to make it into heaven, based off of what Jesus says in the passages coming up here. Overall, as he describes, like most do not pass the tests imposed on them, and in due course, they will be judged after their inevitable death based on what it is they decide to do with this wealth. So here it says, A rich man standing by said, We cannot understand these things, and they confuse us. Just tell me what I must do to enjoy eternal life. And then Jesus said, By your attire, you are among those privileged to enjoy wealth. What do you do with it? And then the man replied, I do as others, getting the most out of it and enjoying life to the full. And then Jesus said, You would be better off selling all you possess and giving the proceeds to the poor. Only thus can you discover yourself and benefit from eternal life." The rich man's companion said, "Wise teacher, what of me? I conform to every verse of the law. I pray every day and give generously to the poor." And then Jesus said, "Have you ever been hungry or slept on the street or gone unclothed?" And then the man said, "No, why should I?" And then Jesus said, "You deceive yourself and are a hypocrite besides. How can you say you comply with the law and teachings of the prophets? Is it not stated in the law that you should love your neighbor as yourself? Yet, all about you there are people who are hungry, clothed in rags, and homeless. Your house is filled with good things far exceeding your moderate needs. And all you hand out are a few coins and a morsel of food. It is the duty and obligation of such as you to see no man suffers hunger and privation in your neighborhood." Turning to a disciple sitting at his side, Jesus said, "Simon, son of Joanna, let this be your teaching. It is easier for a camel to enter into the city by the needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into the glory of heaven." And then the rich man turned away and left. So that's kind of one of those more famous or known sayings from Jesus in terms of, it's easier for a camel to enter through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into heaven. So we see that here in the Kailedy too. So in the next passages, Jesus teaches what he means by neighbors. So it says here, "And another who was there said, 'Sire, just what is meant by my neighbor?' And then Jesus told this parable. A man had found it necessary to travel the road to Jericho going out from Jerusalem. Along the way, he was attacked by footpads who stripped him naked, beat him up, and, after taking all he possessed, left him half dead by the roadside. A short time later, a priest came along the same road and, seeing the injured man lying there, passed by on the other side, for he feared defilement. Another self-righteous man came along, but hastened by, thinking, 'I would help if I could, but he is nearly dead, and I am no physician. Better for me to push on and tell someone.' A merchant came by alone, but, seeing the man lying there, thought, 'Perhaps the robbers are still around, and I should not dismount. Besides, I wear fine clothes which would be spoiled.' Now, a lowly Samaritan traveling the same road came upon the man lying there, and his heart was moved with pity. So he tore strips off his tunic and bound the injured man's wounds. Then, lifting the man, he set him on his own ass, bringing him to an inn and attending to his needs. When departing the next morning, he said to the innkeeper, 'Here is some silver. Look after this man, and if the payment is insufficient, I will settle the bill on my way back.' Which of these four, in your opinion, acted as a neighbor should towards the helpless man?" The man who had questioned Jesus said, "Why, surely the man who took compassion on the stricken man." And then Jesus said, "Now you know your neighbor. Go and act likewise towards men." So again, it's just the similar message of, do unto others as you would like done unto you. So that's the thing in a situation where if you found yourself, robbed and beaten and half dead lying on the road, you would very much appreciate for someone to come and help you, right? So again, it's just this whole treat others as you would like to be treated. So next, we'll see how Jesus and his disciples left for another town, and they arrived on a day of the Sabbath. And then we'll see how Jesus heals a woman, which results in a confrontation with a Levite. And we also see Jesus heal a blind man. So it says, "Leaving that place, Jesus and those with him went by boat to another shore on the Sea of Galilee, arriving on the morning of the Sabbath. As Jesus was going into the place of worship, a woman bent double without the ability to straighten herself came and begged Jesus to heal her. he put one hand under her chin and the other on her back and straightened her up. She went away filled with happiness. The Levite who conducted the worship noticed this and, seeing the woman inside, said to her, 6 days are set aside for work, but the Sabbath is sacred, and you should not have sought healing on that day. Jesus, overhearing this, waited outside for the Levite, and when he came said, What a hypocrite you are! What member of your flock does not loose his cattle or ass from their stalls and water them on the Sabbath? Also, are the cows not milked and the hogs fed? They are not left to suffer, yet you could deny relief to this poor woman because it is a Sabbath. Hearing this, many of the people supported Jesus, and he preached to them. A blind man was brought to Jesus while he preached. He took the blind man apart from the crowd and, moistening his thumbs, drew them across the blind man's eyes. The man gave a sudden cry and screwed up his eyes. But Jesus said, Open your eyes and tell me what you see. The man did so and said, I can just tell it is light, but cannot distinguish anything. Jesus then covered the man's eyes with his hands, and after withdrawing them said, What do you see now? The man replied, O sire, I can see everything, though it is not steady. So the healing of the blind man is similar to the New Testament Gospels, and I listed a few examples here. So the passage from the Kailedy does not indicate that the man was blind from birth, and instead it seems to describe a situation where there was a problem with the man's eyelids, and not that he was medically blind. So, and the way that it describes it, I'll just go back here. It's kind of, at first when he tried to open his eyes, he can, I can just tell it is light, but cannot distinguish anything. Then Jesus covered his eyes again, and then the man replied, Oh, sire, I can see everything, though it is not steady. So it's kind of describing how his eyes were readjusting. Maybe they were shut for quite a while. So as we know, today we have more knowledge about just kind of, scientifically and medically how our eyes work. So that's the thing. We need to keep in mind that Jesus preached to the poor and disadvantaged, and some of the people seem to act helplessly sometimes. So that's just one thing to consider, is that, again, I talked about it earlier in this video, where sometimes it seems like, maybe did Jesus have a bit of a healing touch, where did he have some sort of powers because he was filled with the powers of the Holy Spirit? But this is an example where it seems like Jesus just understood, how our bodies worked and things like that, and was able to help heal the blind man kind of more in a medical way, where it wasn't a miracle. And another thing to keep in mind is that the Kailedy notes that there were many healers traveling across the land. So, Jesus is noted as being highly intelligent, so he likely knew what to do to open the man's eyelids safely and to help his eyes readjust. And I guess when it was with healing the woman there, where the Levite was saying oh, you shouldn't have healed this woman on the day of a Sabbath, it's just another example of missing what's the point of the Sabbath, like I talked about earlier in this video, where the day of the Sabbath is meant to serve humans, not the other way around. So it's why would you, that's quite evil to use the principles of a day of a Sabbath to say oh, you how dare you alleviate that suffering of that woman who was struggling. Again, it's just kind of another example of that. So next we see Jesus give a warm welcome to a former disciple, and it comes with a good lesson that we should consider today. So it says, Sometime later, the envoys who had been away rejoined Jesus, bringing with them a disciple who had deserted Jesus in Endor. He was named Barnabas, and, seeing him, Jesus was overcome with joy and welcomed him warmly, whereupon 2 of those who had come with him went aside and were sullen, for they had not been received in this manner. Calling the 22 men who were there with him, Jesus addressed them as follows. A man had 2 sons, and one day the youngest came to him and said, Father, I want to go away from here. Therefore, give me the inheritance which would one day be mine, so I can take it with me." So the father divided his estate and gave the youngest son his portion. This was then sold, and the youngest son departed to a distant city, where he dissipated the money on women and riotous living. After his money had gone, he found that no one wanted to know him, and soon he was completely destitute. No work being available for him in the city, he went outside, but the only job he could obtain was that of a swineherd. Often, when he saw the pigs gorging themselves, his own stomach aching with hunger, he would think, "If only I could bring myself to eat the pig's will, it would ease my hunger. What a fool I have been, for here I am worse off than any of my father's employees. I will go back to him, admitting my failure as a son, for he never withheld anything from me and let me go my own way when this was what I wanted." So he set off and returned to his father's estate. His father saw him coming while he was still far off, and, seeing his son footsore and weary, the father's heart was filled with compassion. He ran out to meet him and embraced him warmly. The son was stricken with remorse and said, "Father, I have done wrong, but will do my best to make amends. I am unworthy to be treated as a son, but let me work for you as a servant." But the father led him home and called out to the servants, "Here is my son. Bring him a change of clothing, get a ring for his hand and sandals for his feet. Go and kill the fattening calf and roast it, for we are going to celebrate his return with a feast. I thought my son was lost, but he has returned and I am happy." Now, the elder son had been out in the fields all day, and, drawing close to the house at dusk, he was puzzled to hear the sounds of music and laughter. Passing one of the servants, he inquired what it was all about. And the servant replied, "Your father has ordered a celebration for the safe return of your brother." This made the elder son so angry that he would not go into the house. And when his father came out to see why, the son said, "Over the years I have served you faithfully, and you know you can rely upon me. Yet you have never even put on a feast of goat meat for me and my friends. Now this prodigal comes running back because he has squandered everything on harlots and gambling, and you immediately have a great feast of celebration." So then the father said, "My son, you are my right hand, and I know you have never let me down. I depend upon you, and all I have is yours. But it is a special occasion, for the one I thought was lost to me has returned. This does not lessen my affection and regard for you, but he is weak and needs support, while you are strong and do not require such displays of affection." So Jesus put his arms around two disciples and said, "My friends, when the going gets tough and the road is long, some collapse by the wayside. It is these who need encouragement, and it is not always easy to admit failure. When a sheep becomes separated from the flock and is lost among the thorn bushes, does not a good shepherd leave the rest and go in search of the one which has gone astray? This does not mean he loves it more than the others, nor does it lessen his love for each of them." So yeah, I like this story, and I think it's something to maybe us today should keep in mind is that, I mean, I don't want to just say things like, life's not fair in terms of, because like that's the thing. The older son here has a bit of a point where he's like, oh, like I've never, I've been good. He's always been helping the father with, keeping the homestead and all those things. So that's the thing. Instead of that old son being jealous or feeling as though like, where was my celebration and things like that, it's just something I think we need to keep in mind today. Like Jesus says, some people, like, we're all different. we're all on different journeys. Um, you know, there's certain people who do need more encouragement. But the other part is that it's not always easy to admit failure, because if you go and read the passages again, like the son who had, gone off to a different city and spent everything and all that, when he came back, he was willing to work for his father as a servant and not to be welcomed as a son. So that's an important part, is that, it's not always easy to admit failure. And again, Jesus in his parables, here where he gives an example as a shepherd, where, it says, when a sheep becomes separated from the flock and is lost among the thorn bushes, it makes sense that the shepherd will leave the sheep who didn't go off and get lost and go in search of them. But it doesn't mean that he loves the lost sheep more. It's just, it is what it is, right? Sometimes we're all different. Some people get lost. Some people are meant to go learn different lessons in their life. But that's the thing, as long as, but I mean, that's a sheep, right? Without free will. But that's the thing, as long as people, if they learn from their mistakes and they're genuine about their remorse and things like that, that's the thing. It's like, it's one of those things, like, often people who always do the right things might get jealous or feel envy and things like that. And it's just, it's best to just, not let that get to you, and understand that, hey, some people require more compassion and things like that. So again, this was a story to talk about how when one of the disciples who came back after abandoning Jesus, and Jesus gave him a very warm welcome, it's because Jesus understood, like, okay, he was lost, but now he's found, and it's worth celebrating. And by celebrating it, it helps to enforce that, hey, you learned your lessons. That's good. Now that you've learned your lessons, just live a good life moving forward, kind of thing. Okay, so the chapter ends with Jesus teaching a follower about the meaning of life on earth, where it says, "It was some days later at another place that a follower named Joseph said to Jesus, 'Sire, if a man cheat another, is he punished for the cheating or for the harm he has done to the other man?' And then Jesus said, 'Speak of punishment only to the people, for this accords with their understanding. On earth, men's deeds are weighed on scales balanced between reward and punishment, but these work inaccurately. In the kingdom of the Spirit, the measure of assessment is a man's earthly life. You are now on the balances, do not be found wanting. A man who can be trusted in small matters can also be trusted with greater things. The man whose transgressions are petty would commit much greater ones if given the opportunity, or if he had greater courage. The purpose of life is to establish a man's credentials, for if he is found unreliable in dealing with things of this world, which quickly pass on the wings of days, how can he be trusted with things of glory in the kingdom of heaven? For glory is the garment with which each one who comes to the kingdom of heaven will be clothed, and each one who comes will be given attire and station according to the credentials established on earth.' These and many other things were taught to the disciples by Jesus, but only one recorded them." So this last sentence here of this chapter says, only one follower recorded what Jesus said. And chapter 12 of the Kailedy also notes that only one follower recorded Jesus' teachings, where I think it's very likely that this one follower is the one who contributed to the writings that became like this narrative of Jesus in the Gospel of the Kailedy and possibly parts of the Britain book. So, because that's the thing, like the New Testament Gospels, according to historians and academics, even though it's called like the Gospel of Mark or the Gospel of Matthew, there's a bit of an understanding or belief that they were written like a few decades later, like in, like 60 or 70 AD. And it was like not written by those apostles, where those names of the apostles were just kind of attached to the gospel. So that's the thing, is that in terms of like how we got here to the situation we're currently in, that's the thing. There's a few notes in here that makes it, that indicates that like there was someone who was with Jesus who wrote things down. And I think it just further adds to how, I mean, again, there's the question of the authenticity of these texts because there was no original manuscript provided, by the Hope Trust. But if these are authentic, which, I personally believe it is, after studying it over and over again, it just really seems to, that's where when you dig deep, you're kind of like, this seems a lot more truthful. It just makes a lot more sense. But anyways, it's just, so if these are authentic, that's the nice thing, is that it really seems like it would be a more truthful recounting of what happened when Jesus was alive on earth. And that might be part of the reason why there's all this idea in the New Testament Gospels about Jesus performing a lot of miracles. Again, like I'm not an expert in terms of what happened in the early Christianity and things like that, but it's just, we know how legends and myths go, where it seems like some of the stories about Jesus that were maybe passed around by the people kind of, I forgot what's the word, but there's a certain term for it, but it kind of aggrandized and became something bigger than what it was. Things like, oh, he walked on water, or he multiplied fish and bread to feed the 5,000 and things like that. So again, that's the incredible thing, is that if these texts are authentic, it makes a lot of sense why these would be a more truthful recounting of Jesus, and why it is that, it doesn't describe Jesus as violating the laws of nature, because at the end of the day, he was a human being just like all of us. Okay, so now we're going to read through chapter 19 of the Kailedy, and this is the last chapter we're going to be covering in this video. So this chapter begins with Jesus, his 12 disciples, and other followers traveling to another city. So we'll see how Jesus asks his disciples how the people of the various towns and villages view him. And we see that the disciples are not all in agreement. So it says, taking only the 12 envoys and a few women who were also followers, Jesus set out for Caesarea Philippi, a city renamed by the Tetrarch Philip when seeking Roman patronage. One eventide, while on the way, Jesus said to the 12, "Who do the people in the places we pass through think I am?" They were not agreed, some saying the people believed him to be the deliverer, and some the enlightener. Others said the people believed him to be the chosen one, while some said that many thought he was John of the wilderness, for sometimes it seemed his spirit had entered Jesus. So then Jesus said, "Who do you think I am?" Again, they were not agreed. And Jesus said, "I am he whom all men need, whomever they seek. Call a thing by 100 names, and it remains the same. However, each of you keep your own conception in your own heart and discuss it with no one." Later, at a house at Balos, they were discussing the people's expectations for the chosen one, and Judas said to Jesus, "If you are truly he, then the people will believe and follow you, for the prophecies in the holy books must be fulfilled. He will surely come, and I believe you are he. I believe the reborn world is at hand, and the day of the people's salvation is near." And then John said, "It is foreordained that the chosen one will suffer death by violence, but will rise triumphant above it, to manifest again as proof that death is not the destined end." So then Jesus said, "Perhaps I am the chosen one, for will he not be all things to all men?" And then Peter said, "Sire, we are your friends, and you are our guiding light, the hope of our lives. Do not say such things, for we could not bear to lose you." And then Jesus answered, "I must bear the cross of life, and on me it lies more heavily than on others. Each must do whatever he may be called upon to do, and great causes demand great deeds and sacrifices." Then he said to Peter, "Do not be so blinded by worldliness that you cannot believe the Spirit can rise above the claims of the flesh. If you are, then it would be better for you to come no further." To the others he said, "Do not view these things as men do, but see them through the eyes of God." So, from the passages that we just read, we see that these disciples were likely not part of the inner circle of the society of saints that Jesus joined when he got his calling. Because, like all of those within Jesus's inner circle, would be knowledgeable on the difference between flesh and spirit, or between like worldliness and spiritual matters. So, that's the thing, as discussed earlier in chapter 6, which was in video 10. It seems as though Jesus' time with John the Baptist appears to be a representative of when Jesus found and learned from the Society of Saints, which was noted in passage BRT 3:5, and where Jesus successfully accomplished a twice-born ritual. Because that's the thing, like Jesus only met Peter in chapter 7, so Peter and many of these 12 apostles were not initially part of this secret society, although some may have been invited to join if they proved to be worthy. So we'll see this more as we'll discuss this more in the next video when we go through the remaining chapters of the Kailedy and discuss a little bit more, what happened on the day of Jesus' crucifixion. So in the next passages, we see how a small crowd gathered around Jesus and he taught them some of the requirements to become one of his followers. We'll also see how Jesus warns of the dangers of adultery, which is aligned with the text of the Kolbrin that often speak of how acting on lust is detrimental to our spiritual health. And Jesus also teaches that we should judge ourselves before judging and blaming others, where it says, "Coming to a village, Jesus ate while a small crowd gathered, and there he addressed the people, saying, 'If any of you intend to become followers of mine, you must put aside any thoughts of self and carry your own burden of suffering without complaint. If a man worry too much about his own safety and comfort, he gains nothing. But if he sacrifice these for the sake of my cause, he will not lose. What profit can a man make by gaining all that the world has to offer in exchange for the welfare of his own soul? What can he take from his grains to buy back what has been lost? Therefore, take care, for I give fair warning. If anyone in this adulterous and depraved generation choose to ignore my teachings, that person may find himself ignored when seeking entry into the state of glory. I can also tell you that some are here who will realize the nature of heaven before undergoing the experience of death." So someone there said, "Adultery is kept in check by stoning. How can the punishment be increased to prevent it?" And then Jesus said, "If a tree is cut down, it will spring up in many places from the root. Evil is overcome by digging out the root of evil. Adultery has many causes. But if a man marry a woman who has fornicated, can he revile her for sorrow he has brought upon his own head? The dowry of a chaste woman is so much higher. But if a man accept what she brings and revile her for what she has not, surely he is mean-hearted. Before any man cast a stone at an adulteress, let him search his heart and see whether he be guiltless before women. I say to those men who have one rule for their wives and another for the wives of others, set one standard and abide by it. Otherwise, be branded as hypocrites. Men too readily lay blame at the doors of others, for surely if anyone put his hand into a snake hole, he can hardly blame the snake for being bitten. If a man enter a house of a harlotry, who is to blame if he collect the whore's dowry?" So in the next passages, we see that Jesus understood the importance of teaching children. And we also see that Jesus did have many friends among the Perusium, and that these Perusium understood that it is okay to help people on a day of a Sabbath. So it says, Jesus was invited into a house to eat and rest, and, having done so, he sat outside in the courtyard, amusing the children who played there. He told them stories which were seeds planted in their hearts. Some women were also listening, and when 2 of the 12 came into the courtyard, and told the women to see the children did not bother Jesus, he overheard them and said, "Let the children come to me, for from such as these will come the rule of God." Jesus and the 12 entered Caesarea on the day before the Sabbath, and on the Sabbath, Jesus was invited to dine at the house of a Perusian, for he had many friends among them. Seated not far from Jesus was a man whose body was swollen by water, and Jesus wished to heal him. But, being a guest, he asked whether any there objected to this being done on the Sabbath. As none did, so Jesus laid his hands on the man, who then became excited, going out and ejecting from all parts of the body, so it became slackened. Jesus said to those present, "I am sure if any of you found an ox or ass fallen into a well on the Sabbath, you would have no hesitation in rescuing," and none disputed with him. So again, there were some of his friends who were part of the Perusian who were there. So that's the thing. Like Jesus says in several passages here in the Kailedy, like, he criticizes the Perusian who were hypocrites and who had misunderstandings, like, oh, you shouldn't be healing people on a day of the Sabbath and things like that. And I guess I am a little bit interested if ever there's like a doctor who might be able to understand what the situation was when he healed this man, because it says like a man whose body was swollen by water. So then when Jesus laid his hands on the man, who then became excited, going out and ejecting from all parts of the body, so it became slackened. Again, this was from 2,000 years ago when they didn't have the medical knowledge we have today. So I'm kind of interested in seeing, what a doctor might think this illness was and what Jesus may have done, and, what it means by going out and ejecting from all parts of the body. So yeah, it's just, this one's a little bit of an interesting description. So in the next passages, we see how Jesus teaches people about how they should act when invited to an event. Jesus also confronts the rich, warning them to not confuse their fortunate circumstances as a sign that they are good. Jesus assures them that many who are poor are better people than the rich. So it says here, seeing how those present scrambled for the best seats, Jesus said, "When invited to a feast, do not rush for the best seats, because the host may have special guests in mind to occupy them. So, if you have grabbed one of these seats, he will come and request you to vacate it in favor of another, and you will then have to take a seat not wanted by anyone else. When invited as a guest, it is wiser to take one of the less desirable places. Then your host will come and escort you to a better seat. Thus, the other guests will see that the host holds you in high regard. It is a rule of life that whoever makes himself out to be more important than he is will be humiliated, while he who is modest will be exalted." Jesus said, "Most of you here give formal feasts, and all have more food and the good things of life than they need. Yet, because your stomachs have never been empty, you cannot understand the sufferings of the underprivileged. But if misfortune descend upon you, the cry goes up, 'Woe is me! Can there be a God when I am thus afflicted?' Do you not understand that misfortune and tribulation must be sent to such as you? For in what other way will you learn compassion? When giving a feast, read the intentions of your heart. Are you giving it solely for love of those invited, or do you seek to gain something from it? Are your motives centered on yourself or on others? Also, is it not surely true that if you can afford to give a feast or indulge in good food, you can afford to provide for others less fortunate? Who is it that feeds the poor and needy? Is it not the poor themselves? And do not the rich entertain only the rich? I can assure you it will not be so under the rule of God. Many say, 'But the poor are poor through no fault of ours.' But I tell you that if many of you were as good as some of the poor, you would not be wallowing in luxury. How many here can truly say, My goodness has brought me riches. So in the next passages, we see how Jesus returns to address the crowd of people who want to follow him, where Jesus further outlines what they must be willing to do to become proper disciples for his cause. Where it says, "After this, Jesus went and addressed a crowd near a water fountain where several expressed intentions of becoming disciples. And then Jesus said, 'It is sad that so many desire to become disciples without weighing the cost of discipleship. To follow me as a disciple means renouncing all home comforts, and this is not something to be lightly undertaken. Many have responsibilities which cannot be cast onto the shoulders of others. So, to those who follow me as disciples, burden is added to burden. Apart from privations and discomforts, disciples are subject to the mockery and scorn of men, and unforeseeable suffering may be in store for them. Those who follow me, taking up my cause, but not as disciples, double the burden of their cross. If you wished to erect a house, it would be very short-sighted to commence the building without working out the cost and being sure this could be met. If the cost and money available are not first calculated, the foundations may be laid, but it will be found impossible to complete the job. Then you will become the laughingstock of the town, and people will say, 'The fool started something he could not finish.' What would be your opinion of a king who, with an army of 1,000 men, marched against another with 10,000, without carefully weighing his chances? Would he not be better to remain where he was and sue for peace? So I say to those who would become disciples, weigh the matter in your hearts, then, if still on the same mind, give up all you hold dear and follow me. But do not come if in so doing you cast aside responsibilities and obligations. For, if you do so in relation to others, you will be no less inclined to do likewise with me when the road becomes difficult." So in the next passages, Jesus addresses the self-righteous and hypocritical people in the crowd, and he offers them a parable to teach how people can benefit from prayer, where it says, "Among the crowd were many self-righteous people and hypocrites, self-deceivers who, interpreting the law to suit their convenience, saw no wrong in themselves, who, setting themselves up as judges, were like blind men trying to sort black pebbles from white, and had no more success. They said to Jesus, 'You choose the wrong types. If you choose differently, we would follow, but sand does not mix with honey.' So then Jesus said, 'Let me tell you a parable. 2 men went into the temple to pray, one being a self-righteous man and self-deceiver, the other a man aware of his failings and shortcomings. The self-righteous man prayed in this manner, 'I praise my God for many blessings, giving thanks that I am not like the majority of men, various, deceitful, dishonest, and adulterous. I fast twice weekly, pay all my subscriptions, and attend every temple gathering.' The self-righteous man had a specially reserved seat, so the other was standing apart. And he, the other man, prayed differently, saying, 'My God, do not desert me. I have many failings and need strengthening, so I may overcome them and be a better man.' Jesus said, 'I assure you of this, the man who benefited from his prayer was the second one, not the first. This was because, though the first man had many virtues, he was unable to recognize his failings. The second man was reconciled with God, while the other was not. He who prays must be as one looking into a mirror, not with the expectation of seeing a gratifying reflection, but seeking an image revealing his faults. If a man put tinted glass before his eyes to enhance his image, thus putting out things he does not wish to see, he is not only a self-deceiver, but a fool unto himself. The charioteer does not overhaul his chariot to seek the strong points, but to discover the flaws, and if he did not put these right, he would risk his life. So I forget if we've already read through the passage or not, but there's a passage where Jesus explains how no human being is wholly good, in the same way that he also says with himself that like he's not wholly good. And the reason for that is that part of our human part of humanity and just the design of us humans here on earth is that we will always be in a position where tomorrow we could become a better person. Like that will be true for every human being for every day of their lives. So with the first man who is praying, you don't really get anything out of prayer if you're always just kind of saying like, oh, I'm virtuous, I do nothing wrong, I'm all good, and things like that, versus the second man praying was looking at God, for help to help him overcome his failings and his shortcomings. So that's the thing, is that like anyone who thinks that, oh no, I am good, I am virtuous and all that, like it's just, that's not true. As human beings, we will always have failings and shortcomings until the day we die. That's always going to be true. So proper prayer is to, like I underlined here where it says, he who prays must be as one looking into a mirror, not with the expectation of seeing a gratifying reflection, but seeking an image revealing his faults. So that's kind of the main point of prayer. It's not to say things like repetitious prayers or things like that. And even not really praying for like, please help the poor in general. Like that's the thing. I mean, like I wouldn't say I'm not an expert in prayer or anything like that, but from these passages and from others in the Kolbrin, it seems like those who benefit most from prayer is when you're looking to improve yourself and to identify and work towards overcoming your shortcomings. So in the next passages, we see how when Jesus was with his disciples, he teaches them that the challenges we face in life are meant to strengthen our soul. So we'll see how Jesus explains that we should seek to overcome these challenges instead of letting them lead us towards fear and sorrow. Where it says, when eventide came and Jesus sat with the envoys, one of them said, "Sire, we have given up all we have to follow you, and sometimes we get depressed." And then Jesus said, "The blows life delivers are strengthening ones, and without adversity, men would become weak in spirit. The reward I can offer is small compared with your rewards in glory. For here you are small, but in heaven you will be great. There, the highest on earth will be the lowest, and the lowliest here shall be exalted there. This, however, does not follow as a natural sequence, but only providing the challenge of life is met as it should be and surmounted." So here, this is, as stated in the Book of Morals and Manuscripts. So this is a passage from a chapter we're going to be reading in a later video where it says, "Forget not that life has but one purpose, one end, and one objective, and that is the awakening of the souls of men. All things on earth conform to that end. Earth, without its perplexities and problems, its struggles and strife, its inequalities and injustices, would never develop the soul in a manner meet for its destiny. This is the answer to the riddle of ages." So in the next passages, we see that the following day, Jesus takes 3 of his disciples up a mountain to meditate, where it says, "The following day, Jesus took Peter, James, and John, 3 of the envoys, to a cave high up on the mountainside, where they remained in meditation for 3 days. On the 3rd day, while seated in the cave, the others saw the whole body of Jesus exude a light and become radiant, the colors being blue and white. They were astonished at such an inflow of power, for no other body could have contained it. Though manifesting in them also, it was much weaker. The 3 with Jesus covered their eyes before the brilliance. And John said, 'Sire, while the Holy Spirit manifests in us as no more than a faint blue glow, seen only in total darkness, Your brilliance is like that of the sun compared with the palest star." And then Peter said, "It is good for us to have seen this, for now we know how poorly we compare with you." And then Jesus said, "I do not teach things without purpose. The things I do are not beyond the reach of anyone, but keep these things to yourselves. I shall truly need all my power and strength to carry out the task ahead. What has to be done will be done, not as I want it, but as the Father wants it. For now I know the path I must follow and the ordeal I must undergo." So yeah, these passages are quite interesting where it talks about how after meditating for 3 days, and what exactly that meditation was like, it's maybe different than what we think of today as meditation. But it talks about how Jesus glowed and exuded a light. So, and that was spoken of, I think we covered it in video 10 where Jesus was talking about how when he was baptized by John the Baptist, or after he had, learned from John, his face glowed. And it also mentioned how Moses' face glowed after fasting for 40 days. So that's the thing. I mean, there is part of our human nature where it's hard to say, like maybe there is some truth to it, that for those who really contain, the essence of the Holy Spirit because of the way they live, and after, purifying their souls, maybe there is something to that. But, I guess as today we don't know because we're living through a dark night of ignorance today. So, but yeah, so that's the thing. Most of the passages in the Kailedy, again, like I said, doesn't violate the laws of nature and things like that. But this is the one part that's mentioned a few times in the Kolbrin about maybe there is some truth to it. So anyways, maybe we'll find out more about that someday in the future. And in terms of where Jesus says, for now I know the path I must follow and the ordeal I must undergo. So that's it. We'll see that in the next video when we read through chapters 20 to 25 of the Kailedy, where we'll see like Jesus knew what he was doing and kind of knew what his path as a prophet was meant to be in terms of what happened on the day of his crucifixion. So we'll go over that in the next video. But yeah, so this chapter 19 ends with Jesus and the 3 disciples returning from the mountain. So it says, "Coming down from the mountain, Jesus saw some disciples and 2 envoys in the midst of a crowd, which parted to let Jesus through. He found the envoys trying to heal a man who was deaf and dumb, but they could not, and the crowd was mocking them. Then Jesus said, 'The man's ears are not fast, neither is the tongue without speech, but the spirit within cannot use them.' Thereupon he strengthened the spirit of the afflicted man with his, and the man fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth and tearing at himself. Then the crowd drew back from Jesus in fear, while the man's father abused him. But soon the man on the ground arose and walked away, and he could both hear and talk. Later, the disciples asked Jesus why he had succeeded when they had failed, and he said, 'These things are done through the power of the Holy Spirit, which is the hand of God. Men have it according to their capacity to hold it. But before it can come in, evil must be driven out. I do not teach abstinence from evil for some purposeless end, but to bring men the recognition of their heritage. All men were once sons of God, but they became stepsons of God without heritage. I come to men so they may re-inherit and become true sons of God.'" So this is a bit of a reference to, maybe going all the way back to the fabled garden, where there was a time where humans, or at least a group of humans like the children of God, were true sons of God, but, humanity fell and was expelled from the garden. So this is what Jesus is trying to do. He's trying to teach us humans how to, change our ways so that we once again become true sons of God. And here's the last passages from the chapter where it continues where it says, "One said, 'Sire, while you were away, there was another here who healed and did the same thing as you, but he was not one of us, and we argued with him. He is a disciple of Simon, who does many strange things, and the people listen to his words." And then Jesus said, "Separate the words from the deeds, but good is good whoever does it. Therefore, never speak disparagingly of anyone who does good. If he is not yet against us, he may be for us. Therefore, it is unwise to become angry in haste." So in terms of these passages of like Jesus healing someone, just a note I made here is that Jesus saw some of his disciples trying to heal someone who was described as being deaf and dumb, which may be symbolic of someone who was ignorant and unwilling to listen, and he may have had a tantrum because, when Jesus went to heal him and it says he, fell to the ground and was foaming at the mouth. Again, that's the thing. We need to maybe keep in mind that these would have been written by humans like 2,000 years ago with a different understanding of, medical knowledge that we know today. So there's a chance that some of these descriptions sometimes, like deaf and dumb, might be someone who is ignorant and unwilling to listen. But at the same time, it should also be considered whether humans do have some sort of special ability to heal if they become a vessel for the Holy Spirit to manifest within. Because, as we read just shortly before about when Jesus and 3 of the disciples went up on the mountain and meditated for 3 days, how Jesus was glowing brightly. So you never know. It's one of those things. I guess we'll, like I said before, we'll hopefully maybe find out sometime in the future if we bring on the rule of God. This is the end of chapter 19, and we'll go through chapters 20 to 25 to finish the Kailedy in the next video. So just as a note, for when you watch the video, so the introduction with the music, where there's those like passages with the music for you to read. For the next video, it is a little bit longer. It's I think it's around 23 or 24 minutes long. Part of the reason I did it is, it's meant to be a bit of a, almost like a veneration of the cross in terms of, because that's the thing, we'll be going through the chapters that describe the day of his crucifixion. And like I said, we'll discuss that a little bit more. Just to end this video, I'll just read through a passage here that we did go through in this video. It's from chapter 15, where it says, and these are words from Jesus, where he says, "The cross of life is not easy to bear, for it chafes and weighs down heavily. But unless a man sacrifice himself upon it, he shall not rise to glory. Do not seek directions for an easy path, for this is not difficult to find, though it has no destination. Follow the harder one. The directions are given in the holy books, and at the end you will find sunlit meadows and a region of liveliness. I say to you, come, take up my cross and bear it manfully, and I will not leave you unsupported. I teach the strengthening of the Spirit in men through purification, repentance, and good deeds. This is what the prophet said about those who failed to rise above the test of life. Their cuttings will not take root, the winds of God will blow upon them, and they will wither, to be borne away by the whirlwind." So with that, we will end this video, and I will see you in the next video.